Good morning. I do apologize. It's very early where I am, so um, just getting myself organized. I hope everybody has a good cup of coffee and is ready to roll. Thank you so much for being here. And I want to ensure that you are aware of the plans for today, just so I don't miss anything. I do have it open on a screen beside me, so forgive me as I look to the side on occasion. I wanted to acknowledge that CASA is located and gathered on the ancestral lands on Treaty 1 territory. And these lands are the heartland of the Métis people. In BC, there's a number where I'm currently located. Probably should start that. Good morning, my name is Wendy Bennett, and I'm on the board of directors with the Canadian Agriculture Safety Association. And I'm really happy to be part of this. I'm in British Columbia, where I am the executive director of the AgSafe BC. We're formerly the Farm and Ranch Safety and Health Association, which is quite a mouthful. So that's why we've changed things. Today, there's going to be a number of awesome presenters for you. We have unfortunately had to make a rather sudden change, but we've accommodated that, no problem. Dr. Ryan Klataske sadly is quite ill and won't be able to provide his presentation. But we have Cynthia Beck from the University of Regina, Andrea Lear, the CEO of CASA, will be speaking, and we'll have a number of others available this afternoon, Dr. Dayna Begley, etc. If you have been involved with CASA conferences in the past, the one thing I hate about Zoom is this. If you've been involved with CASA conferences in the past, you know it's the heartland of how CASA operates. And it's the key reason why a lot of individuals join our organization with the opportunity and the ability to come together wherever the conference lands. We've pivoted, as did the rest of the world, and had this as our second opportunity to provide a virtual conference. And I trust and I know that you'll really enjoy the day today. We've got some fabulous people who've been working hard behind the scenes to make this an awesome experience, and really welcome your input and anything that you want to provide in addition to help us make this better again year after year. I want to thank some key sponsors before we start. Our presenting sponsors, TC Energy, Conference Investor, John Deere Canada, Safe Work Manitoba, who's a big conference supporter, and also thanks to the Canadian Agricultural Partnership, which is a federal, provincial, and territorial initiative. Your microphones and cameras will be disabled throughout this presentation, so you can yell and scream all you want and nobody will hear you. If you have any questions, there's a Q&A feature at the bottom of the screen, and you can click on that. And those will be monitored if you have questions, and there will be an opportunity during the question and answer period at 2 o'clock this afternoon, 2 o'clock depending on what time zone you're in, so 2 o'clock Central Time. There's also simultaneous interpretation offered for the conference. So if you click down on the bottom again, one of the last buttons says interpretation, the little globe, and that will allow you to click on French, and if that's the language that you choose to listen in, that's where it is. Now, I do realize that I probably spoke way too fast for anybody to interpret me already, so I will try to slow down. I do apologize. If you require any of the conference presentation materials translated, please contact Elena Gagliardi, E-L-N-A-G-A-G. Oh, she spelled it out for me because I said it wrong right off the bat. So I have the privilege now, given that Dr. Klataske has not been able to join us, to tell you a little bit more about CASA if you're not already familiar. And I'm just going to quickly scroll and see who's here, because I suspect that most of you do know already. CASA has been around for, I think I'd like to say almost 30 years. And as the Canadian Agricultural Safety Association, CASA endeavors to be the voice of agriculture safety across the country. CASA is involved on a provincial level with the various partners that work in that role in their own provinces. So me, for example, in British Columbia, we work with farmers and ranchers throughout the province. Nova Scotia has a fabulous program. Manitoba has a fabulous program. All of these different provinces, Alberta, they all have fabulous programs working with farmers and ranchers, producers of all types throughout the province. And that gives them a great opportunity to work with CASA to ensure that we have the opportunity to share resources. If there's any large projects that any of the provincial groups are working on, we try to involve CASA as much as possible to ensure that if any of the other provinces are interested or considering those types of activities, that we can share. So we're not being overly redundant, and the key saying, why reinvent the wheel? Last year, one of the key initiatives that CASA took on was bringing the provincial partners together to work really hard through supporting farmers with the COVID situation. When migrant workers were permitted to enter Canada again, and we rely on them so tremendously for the production of food throughout the country, it was really helpful that all of the provincial partners were able to work together to put the necessary controls in place with farmers to help them to support the very important individuals that they work with, domestically and foreign workers. CASA recently changed its leadership, and we will have an opportunity to hear from Andrea Lear, the CEO. Marcel retired and is now very busy working on a multitude of projects I'm sure that his children have been assigned to with his grandchildren. But it's been an awesome experience with us as a member of the board, working with Andrea and with the team that she's got with her, everybody that's there. One of the big projects that CASA took on a few years back was the Be Grain Safe program, which I'm sure a number of you are familiar with. And we're looking for the next big project. So if you have any great ideas about what CASA can do further to support farmers across the country and ensure the health and safety on a variety of levels, we're open to some whatever ideas can be presented. The annual general meeting yesterday was a success, from what I understand. Sadly, I was unable to join. I'd like to congratulate everybody who's on the board and continues to be on the board. It's a phenomenal group of people to work with. When CASA has an opportunity to attend with members of Parliament in Ottawa, which has been a fabulous, I think a benefit, I would say, over the last number of years, is that we do have a number of members of Parliament who are open to listening and understanding more about CASA's role and how the federal government can further support them. Since the federal government does provide a great amount of funding to support CASA's work, together with the sponsors that I mentioned already, and then a number of other fabulous sponsors, it's a great opportunity for us to have some of the key issues addressed at a very high level. And while there aren't a number of opportunities that present for that, and certainly it hasn't happened last year or this year, hopefully next year there'll be another opportunity to visit some of the members of Parliament that like to hear about what CASA is doing and the great work that's happening to try and help reduce the number of injuries that happen. The goal, of course, is that nobody should die in the course of their work, and farming is the focus of all of the work that we do. Excuse me. Highly necessary. Throughout the next couple of days, there will be lots of opportunities to hear from some very, very knowledgeable and very interesting people. And I'm very encouraged that you will have an opportunity to learn from Andrea shortly, who I will introduce when she's ready.
Morning, everyone. I think we're good to go. I'm just hoping Ron can give me a thumbs up to say we're starting. A little different when I'm not in control. We're good. Welcome, everyone, and good morning. I hope everyone's doing great. We've had a bit of a switch this morning with our presenters, and I'm up this morning instead of tomorrow, and hope to share some really good information with you and kick off the conference. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Andrea Lear. I am the CEO of CASA. I joined CASA in January, and it's been a whirlwind 10 months. We've been able to do lots of things within the office. I'm getting up to speed. There's so many great projects that CASA does, and I'm really happy to be part of CASA. For me, I was looking for something new, something to sink my teeth into and be excited about. And when this opportunity came, I was so thrilled to be a candidate and then the successful one. So I look forward to meeting those I haven't. I look forward to meeting everybody in person. Hopefully in a year from now, we'll be together, but we'll see. We'll see where the world takes us. It's been a really challenging year. I remember March 2020 going, 6 weeks, 6 weeks. Well, boy, we were all wrong. So hope to see you in person. So what I'm going to do, I will jump into my presentation, and I will slow my speaking down because of the translators, and share my screen. Bear with me as I work through the tech stuff, and we'll be all good. What I'm going to do this morning is review the Canadian Ag Safety Study. And this is a study that was done in 2020. And CASA partners with the Canadian, sorry, I'm moving stuff around my screens. In February 2020, an FCC Vision partnered with the Canadian, with CASA to better understand safety behaviors and attitudes within the agriculture industry. The survey was sent to a sample of just under 1,600 panelists involved in egg production in Canada, and a total of 1,239 panelists participated in the study, representing a response rate of 78%. So that's a great response rate on any study. And then the margin of error is a plus minus of 3%. And we have a 95% confidence on the study. These studies are important to CASA. I'm going to get into that more. And we appreciate partnerships when we have opportunities to work with people to do these studies and gather this data. It is really key. So what the study specifically wanted to review and understand is what risks producers see in their operations, what drives safety awareness and behaviors, the gaps in knowledge and training and how to address them, the link between safety practice and injury prevention, and improvements in awareness and practice since the 2016 study. I skipped ahead. That was that slide. Sorry, I'm getting used to the tech, and we'll just muddle through for a second and be good to go. So I think the key things here is just learning what our producers are telling us, what they feel about safety and what is important. So there were 4 key findings from the study. And they told us, what we found out from the study is that most producers feel that work is done safely on their operations, that producers are motivated to improve safety on their operations, but we don't see it reflected in their behavior. And behavior is going to be a big focus over the next couple of days, as well as the upcoming few years. Producers have comprehensive safety plans, or few producers have comprehensive safety plans, but many feel that what they do have in place is effective in preventing injury, and that incidents increase producers' awareness, but do not change their behavior, which I find really interesting, that something happens, but I actually don't change. So let's look a bit deeper into these findings. So the key finding number 1, that most producers feel work is done safely on their farm. Over half of the producers identified that all common health and safety risks could identify almost all common health and safety risks on their operation. But most feel that work is done safely on their farm most of the time. However, less than 2 in 10 producers feel that work is done safely all of the time, which is a decrease from the quarter of producers that indicated they felt this way in 2016. The key finding number 2 was looking at producers and their motivation. And producers said that they are motivated to improve safety on their operations, but it's actually not reflected in their behaviors. So 7 in 10 producers indicate that they are highly motivated to continuously improve their safety operations. However, producers are not actively searching out information or training about safety in agriculture. with only a third of producers having access safety information or training in the last year. And additionally, less than 2 in 10 producers, about 14% of producers, have a safety plan in place. So we have some work to do. We start to see this feeling that people say, I do things safe, but they don't actually do things to support that. So this is where we come in and how we can support producers. We'll keep moving through these findings and look at the data. So the key finding number 3 was that few producers have comprehensive safety plans, but most feel that their plan is safe or prevents injury. So they don't have a very comprehensive plan, but they have something in place and they do feel it helps. So 14% of producers do have a written safety plan. 60% have an unwritten plan in place. And these unwritten plans cover limited safety measures. But 70% of producers agree their safety plans are effective. So the questions become, are these safety plans habits? Are they just what we do? Is it what people before me did? Have they really looked through and considered? When you go through a plan, you check boxes, you review things, you understand things, you maybe think things differently. So they feel they're good, but at the same time, they haven't done a full review, a full audit of safety on their farm. So key finding number 4, incidents increase producers' awareness. So if there's a safety incident on a farm, a producer is more aware about safety and believes they should do something, but it does not change their behavior. And this seems like a real disconnect for me. And that's when something happens, usually I pause and think about it, but I have to reflect on with myself and say, do I actually change my behavior? So when we take that a bit further, 7 in 10 of producers have had an incident, so an injury or a close call on their operation at some point in their lifetime. And a quarter have had them in the past year. So those producers are more likely to see health and safety risks and less likely to think work on their operations is done safely. That makes sense. They go, oh, this happened. Maybe where I think I'm safe, I'm actually not safe. However, they are less motivated to improve the operations on their farm than producers who have not had an incident, which just boggles my mind. And they're not more likely to access safety information. So, and I'll pepper some thoughts in here and I'll round them out at the end. I really like to see cause and action. So I look at something like this and I hear that producers who have an incident are like, okay, maybe things aren't done safely on my farm. And they think about that. But then it doesn't make them change. It doesn't make them say, I need to do things differently. I need to review my safety plan. I need to understand how to do this specific thing. I need to take training to be safe. They don't change their behavior. And that was something that you'll see a lot through the theme of the week is how can we change behavior? We can produce resources. We can do lots of things. But if we can't change behavior, we're not going to get anywhere. So I really want to understand, as somebody who's delivering resources and materials to producers through partners, working with partners, how we can change that. And that is a lot of focus for me. So other findings, one of the things is around motivators. So to change behavior, sometimes we need motivation. So the survey asked about that. And producers indicated their motivation to continually improve safety on their operations is influenced by the safety of people. So most producers indicated that family safety motivates them. And almost 9 in 10 producers indicated they are motivated by peace of mind for their personal safety. So they're motivated by peace of mind and personal safety. So we have a family component, 95%. We have peace of mind being 87% and personal safety being 85%. So there is motivation to change. When you break down across the genders, Gen X and baby boomers indicate that family safety and peace of mind and personal safety are the most influential, whereas millennials indicate that family safety, guest safety, and peace of mind. so are more influential. So there we're seeing a bit of a shift between the generations, and that could just be life experience, various reasons why that may happen. But we're seeing a bit of a shift in a different attitude between the generations. Barriers. It didn't hurt me yesterday, so it won't hurt me today. Old habits. It worked, it's fast, it's easy. Number two, it takes too long. You know, it takes too long, it's too much. And then there's nothing that really stops me. I just do it. So old habits, they are the primary barrier to safe practice. And when asked what prevents consistent implementation of safe practices, 60% say old habits. It's the way I do it. It's the way my parents did it. It's this, it's that, it works. When asked a similar question in 2016, old habits was a primary barrier at that time. Younger producers typically are seeing more barriers, and millennials are more likely than baby boomers to think about almost all factors that prevent consistent implementation of safe practices. And when I think about myself, and that's the main person I can reflect on when I look at these things, sometimes if something just seems too hard, there's too many things in my way, I'll just keep doing it the way I've done it. And so we know people are motivated, and we know how they're motivated. We know what barriers that they put up, that are there. So now we need those steps to continue to work around them. So identifying risks. Younger producers identify more risks, which is a good thing because they're seeing what could happen. And so there's an opportunity with young producers to talk to them about these risks that they see and how can we help them move things along and reach to them and have them change those behaviors. And if we look through that, we say millennials are more likely than baby boomers, but so are Gen X more likely than baby boomers to identify risks. So we know what space we can work in. Types of risks. I don't think this is a surprise. A lot of us working in agriculture safety know these stats. There is a range of health and safety risks on operations. The majority of producers indicate that mechanical risk and impact risk are the main risks on their operation. Chemical risks, falls, ergonomics, work environments, and psychological risks are all fairly high on that list. Biological risks are lower, but it would be interesting to see where that sits now. If we did that survey today, where we look at impacts of COVID and different types of risks that come in. So we know these risks, so now we know where we can focus our work. My slides, but it's funny there. Accessing information and training related to agriculture. So few producers are accessing information and training, and only 1 in 3 producers have accessed safety information and training in the last year, whereas 28% have never accessed information safety training. Producers that have not accessed safety information training to date are most commonly cited not knowing where to find the information, not having all the knowledge they need to run their operations safely as reasons. Additionally, producers do not have one common source of safety information. Producers do not have a common source of safety information, but 41% say they have gone to suppliers in the agriculture industry for safety information in the past. Another 34% say they have gone to farm and community associations, and 27% have gone to provincial agriculture safety associations. I think this shows how important it is to develop relationships, make linkages between different groups so we can make sure we share this information, get it out, work together, develop things together, so that when people are looking for safety information, it's available to them. Producers are open to accessing safety information in a variety of ways. They don't have a preferred method of accessing safety information, but those that say they have accessed safety information, about 50% say they like it printed, 45% say online, and 46% say in person. And 38% would like to access it by looking at a company, organization, or website. So there's lots of ways and opportunities to share information. The last thing related to this part of the survey was that producers keep safety top of mind for those that work on their operation. When asked who is the most likely to keep safety top of mind for those that work on their operation, 62% indicated that the producer themselves are. Another 21% said it's the spouse or partner that questions the safety on the farm and looks at that. So if I look at some conclusions from the survey, we know that producers see a number of health and safety risks on their operations, and many feel their work is done safely most of the time. We've learned that producers report being motivated to improve safety on their operations, and most say it is the safety of people, themselves and others, that is the bigger influence. However, for many producers, this motivation is not resulting in action. Few producers are actively seeking safety information or training related to agriculture, and many indicate old habits are the primary barrier to the consistent implementation of safe practices, and written safety plans are still rare. So when I look at this survey, and I do have a few more slides, conclusion means we're not done. We've got a little more to add. But I think what the important thing to understand here is people believe they're doing things safe, but they're willing to say, hey, maybe I can do things better. How can I do things more safely? That is one of the biggest influences, one of the biggest influences on motivation is people. But how do we transition this? I want to be safe. I want to help people. I want to get home safe at the end of the day. I want the people who work around me to be safe at the end of the day. How do we motivate them? How do we push them forward? That is going to be a lot of the talk through the week, or through today, a little bit tomorrow, is looking at the culture of safety, looking at this information that seems to be a little disconnected. But one of the things, I had to do a quick switch this morning. And I wanted to add some information. Bear with me for a moment. Having to go to some notes real quick. We're going to talk a little bit about Canadian Egg Safety Week, how CASA develops its programs and what it uses. So CASA, when it looks at developing programs, is informed by data, and the data is both quantitative, and what we use there is the Canadian Agriculture Injury Reporting data, and qualitative, and that comes from the FCC survey. The CARE data gives evidence-based verified information on how people are fatally injured in regards to agricultural activities. It gives us a solid understanding about the top mechanisms of fatal injury, but it also helps us understand the demographics of those who have lost lives due to agricultural incidents. What the FCC survey does is it's valuable in that it gives CASA an understanding on the options and opinions and attitudes of farmers. The timely information helps us take the CARE data and apply it in ways and in programs that can make the biggest impact on safety and health in Canadian farmers, farm families, farm workers, and the farming community. So to that end, the upcoming Canadian Egg Safety Week for 2022 to 24 is focusing on using behavior change and aligning attitudes with behaviors by focusing on cognitive dissonance. In consultation with safety and health partners across Canada, CASA has heard over and over again that behavior change is integral in making agriculture safer and more sustainable. So with a strong call to action in personal campaigns, CASA is aiming to work on addressing the gap between intention and action through the 2020 to 2024 Egg Safety Campaign, which the primary title is Your Farm, Your Family, Your Success. when going through this, and I think this is where the first thought around what can we do different, how can we have a different conversation when it comes to agriculture safety, started looking at behavior. And in doing that, how do we take ownership of that? And I think that's a big part. And certainly our speakers later today will speak more about human behavior, habits, psychology, around why people make the choices they do and how we can impact that. I smile at this myself because COVID brought me to YouTube, and I started watching YouTube, and I learned a lot about the word influencer. And I use the word influencer in this scenario in that CASA is an influencer. We influence farm safety. We don't, for CASA, we're not a regulator. We can't set rules and monitor rules and enforce those rules. And for the most part, it doesn't always work. Nobody likes somebody coming down with regulation and saying thou shalt or else. So how do we do that? We need to focus on behavior and message. We can develop as many tools as we want. If nobody's picking them up, it's not going to change. So Canadian Ag Safety Week started with a little bit of that thought. And this is why you see in the title, your farm, your family, and your success, because they're all linked. So if we look at each year, the annual themes, the first year coming up in this March is your farm, your family, your success. Safety is our standard. And that is also the theme of our conference. In 2023, it'll be safety is our promise is the annual theme. And in 2024, safety is our heritage. And safety is our heritage is focusing on family and how family thinking of passing the farm down, but it also thinks about those habits that are passed down and what we teach each other. Safety is our promise is that commitment, asking people to commit to safety. Safety is our standard. This is what we do. This is our baseline. So that's what we're looking at the annual themes with the CASA conference. So the call to action, I thought these were very important to share. So in 2022, when we look at safety as our standard, farm safety every day. We're going to value farm safety every day. In 2023, when farm safety is our promise, we're going to commit to farm safety every day. And when it's our heritage, we are going to plan for farm safety every day. So final thoughts. You're probably wondering what the heck is on your screen. So I'm going to take a minute and explain the image. I was searching for an image that would represent our task. We are people who want to share information and knowledge for the betterment of those around us. But often, even though people will acknowledge our information is valuable and they want us to make improvements for themselves and those around them, they don't act. We can develop tools and resources, I've already mentioned this, but they need to be used. People need to pick them up. So how can we take the desire and motivation to improve, to act more safely, and move it into action? So what do you do when you're doing a presentation and you need to find some very representative image? You start Googling. And I Googled how to motivate people, and a great picture came up. It was copyrighted. Here's my interpretation. So our role could be like pushing an elephant on a tightrope. It's tough. And we got to figure out how we can best use our resources. We're limited in our resources, all of us who are in the safety space. So now what do we do? Where does this information lead us? It helps us understand the behaviors and attitudes of producers towards health and safety in their operation. It identifies there are reasons why producers would be motivated to change. However, it also identifies that motivation does not always lead to action. We got to figure that piece out. I'm going to share a quick video. I know I'm getting close to my time. Ron's poking me, but I do want to show a short video. Bear with me because this is something I haven't done on a Zoom tech. And then we're going to have a quick chat about it. So I'm going to pop here. Hopefully everybody can see my video. Ron, let me know if it's problematic, and I'm going to hit play.
ไฟหน่อยขอไฟหน่อย
ไม่ให้ฮะจ่าเลย
มันมียาฆ่าแมลงอยู่ในบุหรี่ด้วยนะดูดแล้วหน้าแก่นะ
สูบบุหรี่เดี๋ยวก็ตายเร็วไม่อยากอยู่เล่นนานๆหรอมันไม่ดีรู้เปล่าสูบแล้วเป็นทั้งมะเร็งปอดร่วมโป่งพองเส้นเลือดในสมองแตก
ไม่ดีแล้วพี่ดูดทำไมล่ะคะ
We'll probably all feel a little unsettled. And the case of the video shows us that the reason of its success was that when people's attitudes and behaviors conflict, otherwise it's called cognitive dissonance, and they take steps to bring it back in line. So I want to hear today, I want to learn today if this is something we can try in this space and how maybe we can make people, our audience, our producers, have that discomfort and say, I should do things differently. And then we can help them move along the scale to more safely. So I'm just trying to take a final look here at my notes. So our challenge and focus today has been to understand how we can better understand behavior and motivate people to move the attention, the interest to action, and figure out where we fit in that progression. So I think I'm actually right on time. I don't think we're going to do a Q&A, and I'm going to turn it back over to Ron unless there is anything I need to know ahead of that.
Andrea, thank you. Thank you so much. That was very sobering. And the concept of cognitive dissonance is, it's very, very powerful. And I hope that we can work on that further. So I really appreciate that. There will be more information after the conference with regards to the FCC Canadian Egg Safety Study. But I encourage everybody, again, that Q&A button down at the bottom. Please feel free to put your questions in there, and we will have an opportunity later to review some of that information and to answer your questions. Unfortunately, as we mentioned earlier, Dr. Ryan Klataske was not able to join us this morning as planned. However, he did provide a video that we will be sharing with you. To give you some background, Dr. Ryan Klataske, and I'm hoping I'm saying his name correctly, is a cultural anthropologist and ethnographer whose work focuses on farming, ranching, and food production, wildlife conservation, work, health, and rural life in the Great Plains and Southern Africa. With a passion for people, stories, and exploration, Ryan partners with organizations and other groups to provide valuable insights into the human dimensions of problems, issues, and opportunities. He has conducted long-term ethnographic research with ranchers, farm workers, and rural communities in Namibia, and both studied and engaged with grassroots conservation efforts in the Great Plains. As an applied anthropologist, Ryan is currently working with a multidisciplinary team focused on improving the safety and health of cattle feed yard workers, part of the American beef industry. He's exploring the safety culture of feed yards and the experiences of meat packing plant workers during the pandemic. An ongoing collaborative study investigates the benefits and risks of raising children around large livestock. Ryan teaches at Kansas State University and, along with his family, raises cattle on their prairie ranch land in the Flint Hills of Kansas, where he also enjoys hunting, fishing, foraging, and growing his own food. He loves hiking, cooking over fires, exploring nature with his kids. He's a traveler and a photographer and has vagabonded and worked on farms in Canada and Europe, taught English in China, traveled through Mexico by bus, and explored diverse parts of Southern Africa and the United States. Somebody I would really hope to meet one day, because I think this sounds absolutely fascinating. So with that, we'd like to share with you the video that Ryan did provide as part of his presentation. And again, please use the Q&A button below. I'm not sure if we'll have an opportunity to hear from him in person over the next couple of days, but we can certainly pass on questions through the question answer and then share them back with you afterwards. So I believe we get to go to video now.
Hi, my name is Ryan Klataske, and I want to thank you for watching this presentation. I'm going to share with you why I think an anthropological perspective and ethnographic approach are useful tools for studying agriculture, and how my research partner, Casper Ben-Dixon, and I are applying these tools to ongoing efforts to improve the safety and health of cattle feed yard workers. When we think about anthropologists, many of us imagine lone researchers living with exotic and culturally distinct people in far-flung corners of the globe. The popular 2020 book, Gods of the Upper Air, tells the story of some of the first anthropologists who popularized this idea, including Franz Boas and Margaret Mead. In the late 1800s, for example, Boas spent years living with and studying indigenous people on Baffin Island and in the Pacific Northwest. Mead, of course, is famous for her controversial studies of sexuality and gender in Samoa. My own long-term ethnographic research on ranching and wildlife conservation took place in Namibia, a relatively sparsely populated country in southern Africa. While anthropology, the study of all humans in all times and all places, continues to emphasize immersive fieldwork in different cultural contexts around the world, it's also become a useful toolkit for studying people and solving problems in our own society, including various business, industry, and organizational settings. The research I want to report on in this presentation aims to do exactly that, to help solve a problem, offer new insights, and engage with efforts to bring about change. In our case, the goal is to contribute to a multidisciplinary team at the Central State Center for Agricultural Safety and Health, also known as CS-CASH, working to improve the safety and health of feed yard workers. Our anthropological perspective and ethnographic approach help to provide a holistic understanding of the problem and people involved, a better grasp of insider perspectives and experiences, as well as the context and cultural dimensions of various issues. We believe that this toolkit, no longer just for studying exotic others, offers real value for organizations and multidisciplinary research teams working on agricultural safety and health by contributing to a richer understanding of the human dimensions of problems in the lives of those involved. The same methods used in remote African villages apply to feed yards, factories, and farms as well. Cattle feed yards, or feedlots, are prominent features of our global agricultural system, contributing to the billions of pounds of beef produced each year in the US and elsewhere around the world. These animal feeding operations are designed to quickly and efficiently put weight on cattle by providing them with high-quality feed prior to slaughter. And each feed yard contains thousands, sometimes tens of thousands, head of cattle. Feed yards provide jobs and shape rural landscapes, economies, and social fabrics in significant ways, along with the health and well-being of workers. While most people likely seldom consider the human labor involved in bringing their marbled steaks to their mouths, feed yards rely on thousands of workers performing what are often dirty, dangerous, and demanding jobs. Many of these workers are migrants, immigrants, refugees, and local rural folks whose lives are shaped by similar structural forces and precarious circumstances. What are their stories? What are their experiences and opinions about working on feed yards? What kinds of risks and hazards do they face, and how might their jobs become safer? These are the kinds of questions that an anthropological perspective and ethnographic approach help to address. Feed yards are also high-risk work environments with relatively high rates of injuries, accidents, and illnesses. This not only poses a threat to workers' lives and bodies, but also contributes to the various challenges confronting feed yard operators and managers, including high turnover, difficult recruitment, and rising costs. Despite these challenges and hazards, feed yards appear to provide workers with minimal safety training, and many provide none at all, and this is supported by previous research as well. Many workers arrive without experience on feed yards, and some of them lack experience, skills, or training with cattle, horses, and machinery. Athena Ramos, part of the team at CS Cash, estimates that 50% of the workforce on feed yards are immigrants, although this number may even be higher. A considerable proportion of these immigrant and migrant workers, especially those from Latin America, speak limited English, and some indigenous workers speak limited Spanish as well, adding to the challenge of safety training and communication. As someone who lived with and studied white Africans in Namibia, it was also surprising for me to learn that there are many white Afrikaans-speaking South Africans who end up working on feed yards, often fleeing the threat of rural violence in their home country. One of our current goals is to better understand the cultural, ethnic, and linguistic diversity of feed yard workers and how this diversity relates to safety and the potential for safety training. So, to address the problem of worker safety, along with the willingness among managers to incorporate new strategies to improve safety and reshape organizational culture, CS Cash is developing a comprehensive module-based training program called Feed Yard 15. This voluntary program involves detailed training modules intended for monthly use and implementation by feed yard staff, along with accommodation for completion of training sessions. The program focuses on 15 of the top hazards on feed yards, which you can see here. I encourage you to learn more about CS Cash and Feed Yard 15 by visiting their website. As part of this team, my colleague Cap and I conducted rapid, multi-sided ethnographic research with feed yard workers and other stakeholders in Nebraska, with the aim of generating insights and hypotheses that contribute to the design, implementation, and evaluation of the program. Our ongoing research complements the team's quantitative research and data by providing thick descriptions of feed yards, stakeholder narratives, social and cultural context, as well as an assessment of the problem, need, and program in practice. An anthropological approach, the hallmark methodology of cultural anthropology, involves observing, participating in, and asking questions about the everyday lives of, quote, natives and their, quote, natural habitat. In other words, our objective is to observe and participate in ordinary workdays and listen to the perspectives and stories of workers, managers, operators, and other stakeholders. During our field work, which was unfortunately stalled by the onset of COVID, we visited 10 feed yards in rural Nebraska for 1 to 2 days each. We interviewed and interacted with a wide range of individuals, including workers, managers, and workers' compensation experts, observing and sometimes taking part in their work. We also participated in a workshop, meetings, and conversations with various stakeholders and individuals involved in the cattle industry. Our research focused on multiple areas of feed yard operations. Most feed yards include a network of cattle pens and alleys, a feed mill, silage piles, processing and doctoring facilities, a machine shop, and an office, among other components. Each operation, therefore, involves a variety of different jobs, each with different risks and hazards. Some workers specialize or spend much of their time in one area, for example, as feed truck drivers or cowboys, while some workers, especially on smaller feed yards, tend to work in multiple areas as needed. Consequently, our field work focused on observing a spectrum of jobs, experiencing a variety of situations, and listening to a diversity of voices. We not only spent time talking with managers, but took part in a safety meeting, rode along with a feed truck driver and loader operator, assisted a processing crew, sorted cattle with cowboys, as well as observed, interviewed, and followed along with workers in a wide variety of other tasks. Both of us have personal and professional backgrounds related to ranching and agriculture, and our rural heritage and experiences have helped us build trust and rapport and enhance our research in significant ways. One of the points I want to make is that ethnographers use a variety of methods and techniques, but it often boils down to asking questions while observing and participating in ordinary situations and the everyday lives of the people we're studying. I'm interested to know how you think this approach might apply to your work and what kinds of insights might emerge. Here are 6 key insights that emerged from our research. First, our research validated both the problem and need for Feed Yard 15. documenting the fact that feed yard workers experience difficult conditions and a variety of risks to their safety and health. Many of these workers are hardworking, gritty, and adapt to their often dirty, dangerous, and demanding jobs. I think of the Mexican feed truck driver I rode along with, who works 12 to 13-hour days, 7 days per week, with 1 day off every other week, and the young Salvadorian driver who described the oppressive dust, heat, and stress of the job. He teared up when I asked him what needed to change to improve his job and make it safer, responding, quote, everything is difficult and everything could be improved, unquote. I also think of the young cowboy whose horse spooked, throwing him to the hard, cold ground, leaving him bloodied and unconscious, as well as the many stories of injuries, accidents, and near misses we heard. Second, our findings suggest that feed yards currently implement minimal safety training, but workers, managers, and operators express a willingness and or desire for new safety training materials and resources. This, of course, validates the need and opportunity for Feed Yard 15, as well as the results of previous research. Third, in the absence of robust safety training, we discovered that some workers have self-organized systems for managing risk and fostering safety. Two systems we observed in action include a cowboy as teacher, apprentice-based system, and an experience-based rotational system for processing cattle that is organized and enforced by the workers themselves, allowing the crew to minimize risk to newer workers as they learn the process and hazards of the job. Fourth, some managers have also taken measures to reduce injuries and shape the safety culture of feed yards. One manager, for example, is working to change the, quote, cowboy mentality and the use of horses among workers, and others have experimented with various other mechanisms for communication. One of our current research questions is how managers understand and act on this concept of safety culture. Fifth, we also learned that one of the key concerns of both managers and workers related to safety and health is a shortage of skilled local labor with agricultural backgrounds, experience, work ethic, and common sense. This highlights the importance of listening to and taking seriously the perspectives of those involved and their understandings of the challenges they face. Finally, we discovered that feed yards are seen by some workers as, quote, the last place to be a cowboy. And for some migrants, immigrants, and rural people, the best place to improve their lives and future for their families, at least momentarily. This gets to big questions about identity, motivations, and even broader structural forces that constrain choice and impact decision-making. All of these findings validate the risk involved in these dirty, dangerous, and demanding jobs, and confirm the need and opportunity for voluntary safety training that takes into consideration the desires, experiences, and context of workers themselves. Ultimately, we conclude, and we have concluded, that Feed Yard 15 has the potential to meet the needs of managers and improve the safety and health of workers. So to wrap up this presentation, I want to argue, even though it might be something we all agree on, that solving problems related to agricultural safety and health requires us to understand the human dimensions of these problems and to listen closely to the voices of workers, producers, consumers, and the people impacted by or in need of our programs and policies. Years ago, anthropologists like Franz Boas and Margaret Mead pioneered methods and perspectives for studying human behavior, needs, and culture. At a time when we, as a species, are trying to figure out how to feed and nourish the world's population in ways that sustain our environment, our economies, our livelihoods, and our respect for each other, an anthropological perspective and ethnographic approach are more vital than ever. Here are 3 benefits of incorporating and applying this time-tested toolkit to your study or effort to bring about change. First, it helps to provide a more holistic understanding of a problem or group of people. In our study of feed yard workers, for example, this means not only understanding their lives while on the clock, but also thinking deeply about how their safety at work is shaped by their social interactions, the organizational culture in which they work, the broader circumstances of their lives, and even questions about identity, values, and things like, what does it mean to be a cowboy? Second, it provides a means for hearing insider perspectives and better understanding the so-called native point of view, as well as observing and participating in their ordinary lives and work. Finally, an anthropological perspective and ethnographic approach help us not only focus on individual stories and the fine-grained human dimensions of a problem or situation, but also to zoom out to consider the wider socioeconomic and cultural context. In our research, this means drawing attention to the precarity or precariousness of workers' lives and the structural forces that shape them, as well as the social and cultural dimensions of feed yards themselves. If you would like to discuss how you or your group might benefit from these kinds of insights and this perspective and approach, please don't hesitate to get in touch with me or Casper. I look forward to your questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Well, I do hope we have an opportunity to hear from Ryan again, because I found that to be very fascinating. I know we will be hearing from Kat, so the whole concept of ethnography and anthropology sounds very, very interesting. So because this is recorded, let's thank Ryan for sharing the video for part of his presentation, and hopefully he'll have an opportunity to hear from us. Again, if you do have questions about it, please use the Q&A button at the bottom, and we will do our best to ensure that your questions are answered. The next speaker that we have is Cynthia Beck, who's going to talk about the potential of motivators for behavior change in agriculture production. Cynthia is a master's candidate in the clinical psychology program at the University of Regina, and collaborating with Dr. Heather Hadjistavropoulos and the online therapy unit, Cynthia's thesis research has involved tailoring the well-being course, an internet-delivered cognitive behavior therapy program for anxiety and depression, to agriculture producers for dealing with the increased stressors of farming. Cynthia also works in rural mental health, provides volunteer suicide intervention response services in southeastern Saskatchewan. Cynthia and her husband Wade, along with their 2 children, farm in partnership with Wade's family, and the Becks operate a multi-generational mixed cattle and grain farm near Milestone, Saskatchewan, consisting of a purebred and commercial beef herd. So your microphones and your cameras are disabled. Again, we're going to ask you to use the Q&A feature at the bottom, and we will monitor these questions and share them during the Q&A panel at 2 p.m. Central this afternoon. So with that, please welcome Cynthia Beck.
Thank you very much, Wendy. It is great to be here. As Wendy talked about, I kind of wear numerous hats. I grew up on a mixed farm. I married into a mixed farm, which is a multi-generational farm. And I'm also a researcher. I research mental health and agriculture, and I work in rural mental health. So the presentation that you're going to be hearing today is from the perspective of me wearing multiple hats. Also, please do feel free to type any of your questions in the chat box. So research nerd me is going to tell you that there is quite a bit of research out there that identifies when people are listening to a presentation or listening to an interview or listening to a television show, if a question comes up for them, but they have to hold on to their question, what happens is their brain will do one of 2 things. It will recognize the importance of holding on to the question, and it'll filter off all of the information that the person could be taking in, or the brain will recognize, hey, I need to keep the information from this presentation, and forget the question. So your question is really important. It is relevant, and if you have the question, chances are someone else has it as well. So please do, I encourage you, when you have a question, take a moment to type it in the chat box, and I will address all of those questions during the panel discussion. I'm going to share my video, and hopefully it works. Oh, 1 second, sorry. Okay, so 1 second. Can someone give me the thumbs up if you are actually seeing? Oh, I'm told I'm good. Yeah, okay, 1 second. So I will be talking to you about the potential of motivators for behavior change in agriculture production. And you may find that as I talk, I'm going to change the language or the terminology around the word motivators. And I will give you the reason for that a little bit later. So what I'm going to be talking to you about today, I'm going to talk about behavior change. I think that for a lot of us, we assume that everyone knows what that means. So it's important that we identify kind of our own perspective of what behavior change is. I'm going to talk to you about the needed Q&As, and you'll find out what that means shortly. Also, I'll talk about inhibitors of behavior change, and then the facilitators and motivators of behavior change. So what does behavior change mean? Well, technically, it's a systematic approach to changing behavior through conditioning or learning. So if you want, think of conditioning as learned behavior, where you are encouraged to direct your behavior in a certain way. Behavior change also includes any alteration or adjustment of behavior that affects one's functioning. So there are behavior change campaigns going on all around us all the time, and we probably don't even recognize that they are kind of a behavior change campaign. So we see a lot of them in commercials for smoking cessation, or probably the most common one right now is trying to encourage people to be vaccinated for COVID. Also regarding wearing a seatbelt, drinking and driving, and then in the everyday world around us that we might not even be aware of, we have commercials or advertisements coming at us that are also trying to elicit behavior change of some kind, perhaps not for our own personal benefit, but for someone else's financial gain, which includes, you know, use this beauty product or drink Coke, or use this fertilizer, buy this GPS tracking system, however you want to look at that. Also, some of the really large behavior change campaigns that have occurred have been driven through the advertisement industry, but have really big impacts on producers like myself who raise beef. And those are campaigns surrounding hormone and antibiotic-free beef. So there's just a few examples of what behavior change can entail depending on who you are, the agency that you're associated with, and whose behavior you want to change. So the needed Q&As. I am a person who, well, I'm a farmer, so I'm stubborn. And anytime I am listening to a presentation and someone says to me, here's what you need to take home for a message, I have a bit of a hard time with that. And I think part of it is because what we take out of a presentation is entirely dependent on the relevance of the information presented within our own specific life. So here, what I'm providing for you are needed, like genuinely needed and required questions and answers. And if you take one thing out of this presentation, I hope that it's the recognition that when we are kind of armed with information and knowledge about ourselves and our role, then we can better assist the people that we are trying to motivate or influence. So here are the questions. Feel free to screenshot this if you want, or do like one of those snippet things. So some of the basic questions, anytime, it doesn't matter what industry you are in, if you are associated with agriculture safety, if you are with the Dairy Producers Association, if you are with a government agency, provincial government agency trying to influence policy change, if you are with an environmental association, all of these questions apply to you in doing your everyday job. So whether you want to think of that as, okay, these questions are so basic, like how can they actually have an impact on me? Well, sometimes it's the most basic information that we forget or make assumptions about that might have the greatest impact or be a really big barrier in us accomplishing the task that we're trying to accomplish. So some of these questions, which I'm going to go over them in detail a little bit later, who are you? And when I say that, who are you to the individual that you were trying to motivate or trying to influence? What do you want? And from whom? So when you think about that, I encourage you to think about the expectations that you are placing on other individuals, because knowing your audience is really important for knowing how to deliver and what to deliver. Also, how long are you expecting a person to do this behavior change or adopt a different practice or policy? Also, what are the short-term and long-term costs to them? And what are the costs to you? Also, what are the short and long-term benefits to that individual? So are we talking to agriculture producers as a whole? Are we talking about agriculture producers in a province? Or are we talking about agriculture producers in a certain geographical location within a certain production type? Also, does the person have the capacity to care? Do they care to hear about what you're talking about? Do they have the capacity or the ability to accept new information or new knowledge? And do they have the financial means to follow through in behavior change or adopting different practices? So that's kind of a really quick breakdown of questions that hopefully you know the answers to when you are developing a motto, a vision, or a plan, or rolling out some type of a program for agriculture producers or for anyone really. So inhibitors of behavior change. Well, you know, inhibitors sometimes are kind of like a barrier in your face. And this lady right here, her name is Holly. And she is a constant inhibitor or barrier when I am trying to get work done out in the yard. She does not like me to be in the barnyard. However, she loves my daughter. My daughter can call her to the fence line and scratch her, and she comes just like a pet. It's crazy. But sometimes our inhibitors or barriers are kind of in your face, and they are really, really evident. However, for most of us, we may not take the time to think about the inhibitors or barriers to behavior change, or we may not have the awareness of what the inhibitors and the barriers are. Based on the research that I've been involved with, and on kind of being a research nerd when it comes to mental health and agriculture, and I say nerd in the most loving way, challenge mental health is by far the greatest inhibitor or barrier to behavior change. So, and I'll kind of explain that a little bit more as I go. So what challenges mental health? Well, research has identified, even just specifically within the Canadian population, that Canadian farmers have a really, really high workload. So, and there are high production seasons. So if you have a grain farmer who also has beef cattle, there may be times where there's an overlap. Perhaps there's an overlap between seeding and calving, or an overlap even between harvest and calving. So that workload, think of it as being really, really, really stacked, okay? Also the stress load. Man, our Canadian producers are dealing with a really high amount of stress. Research has identified that the top 3 causes of stress in the Canadian agricultural industry is the unpredictability. So the unpredictability of the weather, unpredictability of changing markets, unpredictability of regulations. So Sometimes when regulations are imposed, regardless of the agency, there may not be enough of a turnaround time or a transition time for agriculture producers. So we have our budgets set probably a year in advance. And if an agency comes down and says, hey, we are adding this levy or we're adding this tax, you know, this harvest in this fiscal year, most farmers have not, they don't have the crystal ball to work that into their budget. So that causes a great amount of stress for agriculture producers. Also, there's the financial pressures, which I kind of alluded on, but if you think about it, if for farming, when I'm speaking to a non-farming population, I try to get across the point that for a lot of agriculture producers, they invest their own time, their own money for an entire year and almost wait an entire year for a paycheck. I don't know how many of us would actually sign on for a job that on your first day, you're told, okay, you need to pay the rent on your office. You need to pay for all of your own computer, your phone, printer, fax machine, even your pens. Please keep all of the receipts and we will pay you 1 year from today. So then you work for the entire year, you put in all of your energy, blood, sweat, and tears, comes up to the 1 year anniversary and you happen to be sick on that day. And your boss says, oh, sorry, you weren't here on the day of payday, so you have to wait another year. Now, that might sound really, really dramatic, but that's what a lot of agriculture producers face. That's heavy. That is really heavy. And you can see how that adds to a stress load. Also, in a FCC vision study that was done with Farm Management Canada, Canadian agriculture producers identified that a contributing factor to their stress load right now is the lack of public trust in Canadian agriculture. So we're seeing that through social media. And there's a lot of pressure from advocacy groups related to animal welfare. And I talked a little bit about that with some of the behavior change campaigns that are occurring right now. Also, psychiatric symptoms, which include anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts. In a lot of countries, farming has been identified as the #1 killer. Sorry for being so frank, but see, for example, in India, the occupation of farming experiences the highest rates of suicide. In Canada, at this point in time, we do not record occupation at time of suicide. So in Canada, we're having a bit more difficulty with drawing the links between, okay, does an occupation have any correlations or relationship with rates of suicidality? Also, for a lot of farmers, they experience isolation, interpersonal conflicts with family or even non-family. And there's also a lot of stress involved with farm transition. And the weight of the family legacy. So coming from a multi-generational family farm, right now there are 3 generations working on our farm. My mother and father-in-law, my husband and myself, my brother-in-law and sister-in-law, and then our children. So if you can just imagine working all day with someone, and perhaps it's someone that, you know, some days you just have a bit of friction with. And I think maybe we all have that coworker who some days, you know, you could just do without their negativity or whatever they bring to the table. But you might work for an entire day with them. And then there's the expectation that you go celebrate Easter supper with them. And then imagine having to go to bed with your coworker. Farming is quite unique in that aspect. And hopefully you can kind of get a sense of, yeah, that might be stressful. Working with a person all day, celebrating a family supper with them and then going to bed with them. It's, you know, it may sound a bit odd, but that's reality. Other inhibitors are personal factors. So research has identified that age is an influence on your ability to be open or have new experiences. Gender also has an influence. Experience, attitudes, beliefs, values, and characteristics and traits. So for some people, they are more willing to be innovative, open, and willing to try new things, or willing to shift habits or habitual behavior. Also, education level is a very big factor, and that is something that is really coming to light right now. Again, I'm sorry to talk about COVID, but we are seeing differences in vaccination levels between post-secondary educated individuals and non-post-secondary educated individuals. Also, there are business factors. So the farm size, if you have one person, one farm laborer who is trying to be the manager, do animal husbandry, vet care, do all of the marketing and get the work done at the end of the day, well, does that person have time to think about changing their behavior? Or are they just going to really be focused on the task at hand and getting the work done? So number of staff, definitely, or whether you call them staff or you call them, children, your farm kids, however that works. Also, cash flow definitely has an impact. It can be an inhibitor or a facilitator of behavior change. Succession plans also are an inhibitor. So for a lot of families, and research by Farm Management Canada really identified this, is succession planning it's really tricky. And for a lot of families, they can be doing well, they could have cohesive communication, and then you start talking about transitioning the farm and there is a complete communication breakdown. So that's basically a wall. If there is difficulty with succession planning, then how do we expect people to change behaviors in other areas when this succession planning basically looks like a mountain in front of their face and they can't see a solution to anything else when that problem is really, that's the only thing they can see. Business management style and business management plans are also inhibitors. So I talked a little bit about this before. For industry organizations, whether it's advocacy or policy, or you are trying to sell feed to someone, or you are trying to sell them fence posts, whatever, it's really important to recognize the business management style or plans of the individual and the timing that you are trying to deliver that information to them or expect them to follow through in that behavior change. Also, farm culture. So there is quite a bit of research being done right now through Sask Polytechnic. The Farmer and Rancher Mental Health Initiative is a research team, and we are researching Saskatchewan residents, like Saskatchewan farm and ranch families. And it's really interesting, some of the information that's coming out about farm culture. And we're really fortunate to have some great researchers here in Canada. And farm culture includes the beliefs, so internal beliefs where the individual has kind of come to a conclusion about something for themselves. But there's also beliefs that we take on from influence external to us. So there may be farm families where one spouse wants to do something, like some type of, whatever you want to call it. We'll use COVID vaccinations again. I'm sorry to be talking about COVID this much, but if you have one spouse who wants to be vaccinated and you have the other one who says, I'm not getting vaccinated, that friction, there may be friction, or they might influence each other's beliefs, where the external influence comes into being internal belief. Social influence and social pressure. Well, most of us have family members, and if you are farming in a multi-generational farm, those family members usually share their opinions with you, and there's a lot of influence coming from those members. Or if you have business partners, for peers or advisor networks and social media, those have really big influences on people. And Andrea kind of talked about some of those before with those motivators, and for CASA even being an influencer, right? So that would be an example of an advisor network. And if you took it into social media, well, then there's your influence. Also, farmers are really self-reliant. Agriculture producers, I don't think it matters what industry or what product they create or grow. We have to be self-reliant and independent. And research has identified that agriculture producers, even though they experience far higher rates of psychiatric disorders, distress, and suicidality, they are far less likely to seek help. So that farm culture is a major barrier. It's like a big old roadblock for farmers or agriculture producers to reach out for help. And I should clarify, when I'm talking about farmers or agriculture producers, I mean both male and female. So to me, there is no gender or sex assigned to a farmer or an agriculture producer. So please know that I mean both he and she or they when I'm talking about that. Also, part of farm culture is prioritizing the farm workload. So in many farm families, that work comes before anything. The work will come first, even before family weddings, funerals, kids' events, all kinds of things. And often, like 98% of the time, the farm workload will come before self-care. So I don't know how many of you have ever met a farmer who possibly had a concussion, broken leg, appendicitis, and they still went out and did their work, found a way to climb up in that tractor to get those chores done. So that the workload and prioritizing the workload above all else is a major inhibitor for behavior change. It can also be a facilitator, but in this moment, it is a major inhibitor. Also, the elevated need to maintain privacy. So for a lot of agriculture producers, we live in rural settings. Now, for me, working in rural mental health, everyone knows what truck so-and-so drives. So if there is a small town and there is a mental health clinic in that small town, most agriculture producers that I deal with will say, no, I'm not coming to see you in this small town because so-and-so might see my truck and know I'm there. So they'll drive an hour and a half to come and see me in a larger center. And that is something that has been identified in the research over and over and over again. So that elevated need to maintain privacy and confidentiality can be an inhibitor in one sense, because if you are trying to get someone to adopt new safety behaviors or any type of behavior change, for a lot of industries, we use kind of word of mouth or referencing to encourage other people to change their behavior. So one time there was a salesperson, I won't say what they were selling, they came to our place and they were trying to get us to buy their product, and it wasn't a product that we would use on our farm. And the person said, well, so-and-so, you know, next door bought X number, blah, 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 at this dollar value. Okay, dude. That individual lost us in that moment because they were not maintaining someone else's privacy and confidentiality. And that was not that person's news to share. So I think that they thought they could influence our behavior by telling us about the neighbor's behavior, which toxic comparison occurs all the time in agriculture. We compare ourselves to our neighbors or other people within our industry. However, in that moment, it had the opposite effect, and it really backfired on the individual. Additional inhibitors. So there are a lot of inhibitors to behavior change. Perceived behavioral control. So what that means is, how easy is it for the person to implement that behavior? Do they have the confidence, or do they have the self-efficacy? So do they feel that they can be effective in changing themselves or changing how something is done on the farm? So also that includes the extent that they feel in control of that decision-making process. So I think that there are numerous instances or examples in the agriculture industry where there's been a new something, you know, you got to do this or there's going to be this happen, right? Or yeah, I don't want to use another COVID reference. I'm sorry, folks. But we are seeing things happening in the agriculture industry where choice, decision-making choice, and power over self is being taken away. So when that's lost, that immediately becomes a barrier, and you are going to have people kind of dig their heels in and say, no, I don't think that this is for me. I'm not really wanting to do this. There's also inhibitors, including perceived importance of change. So it's really important that we recognize, and when I say we, I mean folks within the agriculture safety world, if you are policymakers, government agencies, feed sales reps, a veterinarian, whomever you are, what's important to us or you in your role may actually not be important. It might not be a change that the producer sees as important to them. So that is a major barrier. Also, the perceived credibility of the information provider. So if I had someone come to my farm who had never worked in agriculture, didn't know anything about agriculture, and they tried telling me that, you know, I am spreading manure wrong, I don't know, are they going to have much credibility when they wouldn't know how to operate that tractor, the spreader, or the feed wagon, or anything like that? If they don't know the difference between a cow and a bull, I don't know. So the credibility of the information provider is really, really important, and it is a major inhibitor. And researchers have identified that first interaction with an information provider, you really have one shot to kind of catch agriculture producers in the moment and get that buy-in. And I mean buy-in in a healthy way. So for me, working in mental health and researching mental health, it's been found that for a lot of agriculture producers, if they reach out for support that very first time and they end up working with someone who has no idea what a farmer does, and the clinician listens to the person and then says, hey, you know what, you were working way too hard. You know, I know you told me that it's something called harvest, but you still need to set some boundaries and have a regular work day, and you need to take a 2-week holiday. Okay, where is your credibility going to end up? It's going to get thrown to the floor, stopped on, and that individual is never coming back. And it's quite often that within that first interaction, if an agriculture producer does not feel heard, feels they have to constantly explain themselves or educate the provider, and if they are given advice or encouragement or support that is not feasible to them in their world, nor relevant in their world, well then, are they going to follow through? Are they going to reach out for help again? Or are they going to try changing that behavior again? The answer is no, highly unlikely. So mental health, because that's kind of my jam, there are major impacts of anxiety and depression in the agriculture industry. So I am only talking about the psychiatric disorders or symptoms of anxiety and depression. This is not including post-traumatic stress disorder. It's not including social anxiety, panic, any of those other things. So when a person is experiencing anxiety or depression, and I'm not even talking like clinical or disorder specific wise, I'm just talking symptoms of anxiety, symptoms of depression. People experience impaired decision-making abilities. So when someone is experiencing anxiety, their nervous system is naturally more responsive than someone who is kind of doing well with mental health wise. So when your nervous system is naturally kind of on high alert all the time, you make decisions differently than you do when you have time to think about something. So quite often decision making becomes rapid, quite often inconsistent with how you may normally make decisions. And they're kind of what I refer to as knee-jerk decisions. So we did actually see that here in our province with the drought that a lot of agriculture producers, like beef producers, experienced here in Saskatchewan this year, where one night a producer might be posting on social media, hey, looking for feed. And by 6 o'clock the next morning, there's a liner backed up into their pasture, and they're loading those cattle off, and off they go, and they've sold them. So those decisions have really huge impacts, long and short term. And if you are hoping that someone can make good decisions when they're experiencing anxiety and depression, please know that there's kind of a think of it as having a really large weight on top of a little piece of paper that you need to get out. It's really difficult and it's not easy to facilitate. Also, anxiety and depression are major factors in impaired farm safety practices. So if someone is experiencing depression, their concentration is naturally cloudy, right? And for people with anxiety and depression, quite often the thoughts are scattered and rapid. And even though people think that they're paying attention or they are aware, their nervous system is doing other things. So one part of the brain is focusing on one thing, the other part of the brain is focusing on the other, and chances are farm safety is not a focus at all. Because for a lot of people, when they are working on the farm, there is habitual repeated motions. So for a lot of producers, they can just go through the motions and get through their workday. However, can they do that safely? Can they do it wisely? Research identifies that usually no. There's also increased work-related injuries. I talked a little bit about that. And diminished work performance. So the difference between work performance and lost productivity, diminished work performance means the individual's productivity. So if I'm experiencing anxiety and depression, well, if I'm experiencing anxiety, chances are I'm not sleeping at night. If I'm not sleeping at night, I am tired. I have more difficulty regulating my emotions, and I might be, having a really hard time focusing. So chances are I might start one thing and then go to another thing and never finish anything. So that's diminished work performance. Lost productivity is a loss in the actual end product. So for someone who's experiencing depression, one example of lost productivity could be that an individual is having a really hard time getting going. They feel sluggish. They have diminished work performance. They might not end up getting a field seeded, which I've actually seen happen. A person had an entire quarter section of land that just was forgotten about for an entire season. So you can see that that could have really big impacts financially going down the road. Also, there is research identifying a direct relationship or correlation between psychiatric disorders and distress and decreased animal welfare. So if a producer isn't doing well, neither are their animals. So the facilitators or motivators of behavior change. So as I was working on this, I don't know if this was kind of part of like, okay, as an agriculture producer, I am very protective of my people, I'll call them. And motivation is defined as kind of the brain processes or the neurological processes that energize and direct behavior. Okay, so it's not just about goals or conscious decision making, but it includes habitual processes, emotional responding, and the analytical decision making that we kind of have going on a regular basis. So it's helpful to think of motivation as the beliefs and attitudes that drive enthusiasm or the lack thereof to enact a behavior. So for me, sitting in the perspective of a mental health provider, or even in what I do with suicide intervention response, I think that for a lot of agriculture producers, it's beneficial if we can view motivation, motivators or motivational influences, motivational factors. Let's put that in the hands of the producer. And for my purposes, and maybe potentially for yours, if we could look at ourselves as facilitators. So if you are someone working with the Safety Association or with policymakers, regardless of what job you do, perhaps you could approach it as a facilitator of behavior change when we're working with agriculture producers. So I am going to use the word facilitator. So facilitators, well, obviously balanced mental health, that's a major one. Balanced mental health, and I mean, mental health is on a continuum, right? 100% of you have mental health. Might be a shock, but that's true. Sometimes we have challenged mental health. Sometimes our mental health might be in the tank. And other times we might have really balanced mental health, or kind of on the other side, we're doing fantastic. So depending on where we are in that continuum of mental health, when it's a balanced mental health and we're not experiencing really high stress load or distress or the way to psychiatric disorders, well, we have the ability to make better decisions. So we have better decision-making capabilities, not only for the short term, but for the long term. And so Andrea kind of touched on that before in talking about the FCC Vision Panel, where motivators were identified as kind of like family safety, right? Well, those decision-making capabilities with balanced mental health, you actually have the awareness of your family being out there working with you. Whereas if you are in a really challenged state of mental health, you may not even have the awareness of the other people that are outside with you. Also, balanced mental health facilitates our mental and physical capacity to learn or to adopt change. So for someone who is in a really kind of distressed state, they don't have the capacity. I don't know if you've ever thought to yourself, like during a stressful time, if you've ever thought like, I just can't do this. I can't handle one more thing. Well, for people who are in a state of poor mental health or challenged mental health, they don't have that capacity. So if we are, you know, directing all kinds of messaging and we're trying to influence and motivate people, well, if their tank is dry, their tank is dry, right? And they don't have the capacity. Balanced mental health provides us with the capacity to communicate. And when I talk about communicating, I mean with balanced emotions as well. So there's a capacity to communicate, to have balanced thinking, balanced emotions, and from that comes balanced behaviors. So when we can communicate, we can better communicate with our family members, with our staff. And when there's better communication, that facilitates behavior change. Also, our capacity to state the support or implementation needs that we have. So, okay, we already know that agriculture producers are less likely to reach out for help. Okay, that's proven. Research has proven that. So if they're in a challenged state of mental health, it doesn't matter what they produce, it doesn't matter where they live, what they do. If they're in a challenged state of mental health, the chances of them reaching out for support to implement change, even if it's to adopt a different policy or to learn, you know, how to use a GPS system for tracking growth rates in a certain crop, a poor state of mental health removes their ability to state what they need, to reach out to support, or to implement any changes. Okay. For social influences, so I talked about social influences being barriers or inhibitors of behavior change, but there's also kind of on the other end of that, they are facilitators. So the family influence, there's been quite a bit of research done on family influence and the impact that that has on agriculture production. So Martinez Garcia in 2013, this was a study done in Mexico, and they found that there was like the most significant factor to behavior change in influencing a dairy farmer's decision to adopt kind of improved grassland management. Well, it was pressure applied by the farmer's dad. So they randomized, they looked at all of these factors, and here the greatest influence on a farmer's decision to adopt change was their dad coming to them and saying, hey, you know, we should really do this. It sounds pretty easy, right? But who would know that that would have the greatest influence? Now, that probably has some cultural aspects to it, right? So culture does play a role here. Also for social norms, Mills et al. In 2017 found that UK farmers are more likely to take on or adopt environmental management practices if they're told that there's lots of other producers doing it. So there's kind of that societal norm, societal pressure. So, okay, everyone else around me is doing this, then I better look at doing it too. Because if they're doing it, there must be something to this. Also, trusted advisors. So dairy farmers in the Netherlands, and I have no idea how to say this person's name. I think it's Brujunis. In 2013 found that dairy farmers in the Netherlands kind of had improved or adopted that decision-making behavior regarding animal husbandry. Well, that was influenced most heavily by their feed advisors. So, and by their vet med advisors. So our trusted advisors, we have no idea who that might be for a person, but that's something that's kind of important to look into depending on whose behavior you're trying to change. Other facilitators. So I talked a little bit before about that perceived behavioral control. So it's really important for an individual, it doesn't matter who you are, whether you're an agricultural producer, a firefighter, anything, really, it doesn't matter. We need to perceive that we have a level of autonomy over our own decision making. So basically that means I'm in control of myself. I make decisions for myself. So if we can facilitate communication in helping a person feel confident in what they're doing, then they'll have a higher level of perceived autonomy and they will make decisions kind of in favor of beneficial, like making decisions that are beneficial to themselves. So perceived ease of implementing behavior. So once again, that self-efficacy part. where they feel that they are capable and confident in their ability to make that behavior change. Also, the perceived level of support in implementation. So this kind of has come really to light regarding technology, and now the word just totally left my brain. But it's, I'm so sorry. It's the technology where, you know, you seed your crop 1 year this way, and then you use a GPS system and tracking system to, you know, move over and you seed in between last year's rows. So whatever that means, if someone wants to tell me, that'd be great. But so if you are asking a 75-year-old farmer to adopt this type of behavior, well, okay, what level of support are you going to give them? Do they know how to use the iPad? Do they know how to use any of the technology in the GPS system? Do they know how to subscribe to any of that? So if a producer feels that they will have the level of support that they need in adopting that implementation, then they are more likely to do that. If you combine that with their self-efficacy, their confidence in pulling out that behavior change. Also, incentives have been found to facilitate behavior change. Now, you kind of have to watch this because there are pros and there's cons to using incentives for facilitating behavior change. But if you are asking a person to do, you know, field view or mapping your field and costs of fertilizer and, you know, the product that you end up, like your acres or bushels at the end, and it costs a lot for the person to sign up, well, then it's going to be more difficult getting them to actually agree to sign up. So there's a lot of companies out there that says, you know, okay, here, if you buy this, we'll give you this. So there's those incentives. There's also the product-based incentives. So literally like, hey, here's an iPad. We'll help install it in your combine or in whatever you're using and get you programmed and train you and set it up in how to use this mapping system. So it's given to that. So farmers need to perceive that there is some sort of reward or incentive for them to change the behaviors. Otherwise, they're going to stick with what they know, right? They're going to go with their habitual behaviors or go with the status quo. There's also the market-based rewards. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep track of time. There's also the market-based rewards. So sufficient market to sell their product. Like, do they have a market to sell the product that you're wanting them to sell? And we also see this with when our dollars are impacted by poor product quality. So a lot of times we see that in the auction marts when there's a dockage for sick animals or lame animals. Also, we can kind of see that with compliance-based rewards. So I'd like to try and give you an example of that, but I think that sometimes there are fines for people, like say using CFIA tags in the ear of beef cattle for traceability. I think that when cattle go to market or they end up kind of in the production line and they don't have that CFIA tag, I think that people are actually supposed to receive a fine. So that you may not call that a reward, but there is a reward for doing that behavior ahead of time, which is you don't get fined. Also, of course, I've talked a lot about source credibility, providing solid information. So a lot of times we may think that certain information is common sense, but information is not common sense, it's culturally learned. So my farm kids know that you do not play around a PTO shaft. My kids know that you do not go near the combine when the header is rotating, right? Whereas if you had kids from the city, they would have no idea what any of those words mean. So not only do they not know that can kill you, but if you were to yell at them, stay away from the header, like that means nothing to them. So common sense is not common, it's culturally learned. and the information that you possibly are providing through whatever role you play in an agriculture producer's life, please recognize that you have your own information that's culturally learned, perhaps on the job, and it's not going to be common sense to that individual. So that's what I mean about solid information provision. Also solid implementation support. So if we are expecting people to adopt a new behavior or to take on a new type of task or to change how they're doing something, it's really important that we provide them with access to extension services so that if they have questions, they can call someone. Also, consistency with support provider is really important as well. So we see that here. You can probably tell I'm working from my office today, and we have psychiatrists here who are from different countries, and they have really thick accents. So sometimes if I'm working with a person who is hearing impaired, or perhaps they experience autism, when they're conversing with a psychiatrist who has a really thick accent, well, it's really difficult to provide that like constant support when the person walks away going, I have no idea what that person said. So for me, I play the middle person in helping people communicate. I'm basically a translator in a lot of senses. So whatever you are doing, whatever agency you're with, please recognize the importance of having a support provider who has the ability to communicate in farmer speak. Okay, so those Q&As, this is the answer to the Qs that I talked about before. I'm a firm believer that the most fruitful facilitator of behavior change, changing our thinking, changing our way of operating, is really good communication. And that's where these questions come in. So I kind of ran through them before, but I'm going to break down the first one for you. So who are you? And not, you know, this is not some like transcendent question of going like, oh, I need to figure out who I am. No, who are you to the individual? Like, who are you to the person that you're talking to? Who are you to the person that you want them to do something? Well, if you take a look at the woman on the left of your screen, hopefully, she looks really, really frazzled. I don't know if I would have confidence in her finding her way out of a paper bag. So are you this individual? Are you presenting as this individual to an agriculture producer and wanting them to change their behavior? Are you motivational? Presenting yourself in, you know, that state. Same thing with the gentleman. I probably would want to do an assessment on him for a psychiatric disorder. Recognize that whatever you have going on in your world, your own stress, your own family dynamics, your own personal state of physical and mental health and emotional health, you take all of those things with you when you are communicating with people. So if you've got stuff going on for you, recognize that you are not going to convince anybody to change their behavior when you yourself look like you need to do some work on yourself. It's kind of blunt, but it's just the way it is. So that's a little bit of an example of the importance of understanding the answers to those questions. So the quality principles of behavior change communication, and this is a really simplified version, and feel free to look at that research because it's a great article. So actionability is what you are asking someone to do, or the behavior that you want them to change, the policy that you want them to adopt. Is it doable? And I'm not asking, is it doable for you? Because quite honestly, it's not about you. But is it doable for the producer? The type of communication that you are giving to them, is it clear? Are you clearly defining what your expectations are for that individual, or what your hopes are for that individual, or producers on a whole? Is it useful? There are lots of companies out there who offer products that think that they are the cat's behind. But when it comes down to the individual producer and they look at that and go, I'm not using that. I can only use it for one thing, and that's a waste of my time and money. So is it useful for them? And accuracy wise, do you know what you're talking about? When you are going to someone and you are being that knowledge exchange, the information provider, do you actually know what you're talking about and you're providing them with accurate information that affects them in the short term and affects them in the long term? Is it appropriate? Are you appropriately asking them? Like, speaking from a mental health perspective, I guess this is the best way to explain it. If an agriculture producer came to me and was sitting across from me at my table, and we were talking about mental health, and the person said, you know what, like, we're going into harvest, I'm sleep deprived, I'm not eating, I'm screaming and yelling at my family all the time, and I'm really hating life right now, and I'm thinking about ending it, because for a lot of people, suicide is a valid choice in taking control over their life and over their pain, and choosing to end that pain. So valid choice. But if that person was sitting across from me and they shared all of that, and then I said to them, you need a holiday. You need to practice some self-care that includes taking a 2-week vacation, not thinking about your farm, not, you know, talking about your farm. Is that appropriate? It's not only not appropriate, it is incredibly harmful, because we are setting those folks up for failure, and that is not okay, not acceptable. Also, what you are asking the individual to do, is it relevant? Is it relevant to them? So useful and relevant, two different things, right? And that's something to look at when you are coming out with new policies or campaigns for behavior change. These are some really simplified principles. However, they're really, really effective, and they're really important. So in summary, here's a really brief summary. Know your audience. And if you're just saying like, okay, farmers are our audience, I encourage you to go a little bit deeper, because that's very surface level. And there's more to it than, you know, well, we just deal with farmers. Communicate directly, recognize producer reality. If you are asking people to adopt a new behavior, even safety behaviors, and you're asking them, you're approaching them at a high production season, you're asking them at harvest when they may have been awake for 20 hours, that's not a healthy time to communicate with them. And even though it's super important, I completely recognize that. It's not within their reality or their capacity to adopt that change during those really high production seasons, because those are the highest stress seasons. Also, recognize the relevance and the importance of your role for agriculture producers. And I think that if we are offering a service, if we are trying to make a change, regardless of what that is in someone else's life, we need to know, number one, is what I'm doing relevant to this individual, and is it important? So it doesn't matter how important it is to me or how relevant it is to me. If it's not relevant or important to those people that I'm trying to make changes or help them make changes, then I'm wasting my time and theirs. So those are just a few things to kind of keep in mind when we are trying to be a facilitator of behavior change. And that is it for me. I hope that I was on time there. I'm a little bit early, my apologies. So if anyone has any questions, I am going to stop sharing my screen now. Or I guess I don't need to. Does anyone have any questions on that? Well, I thank you very much for your time. Oh, hey, wait a second. I see something pop up.
That was me.
Oh, hi. Okay.
I wanted to encourage anybody, if you do have questions, please put them in the Q&A down below. And that way we can address them either now or at the end of the day when we have the panelists. And Cynthia, before I go, before I thank you, Kendra Ulmer, thank you so much. The topic you were trying to refer to is variable rate applications.
Thank you. I don't know why I forgot that. Not enough.
You know, after what I dealt with first thing this morning, and I do apologize again, you are totally forgiven.
No problem. May I quickly share one more screen? I will not take long. I just want to talk a tiny bit about my research because it does impact mental health and agriculture. Are you okay with that, Wendy?
Oh, please do. Yes.
Yeah. Are you able to see a screen that says online therapy unit?
Not yet.
Okay, one sec. There, I'll do that.
There you go.
Okay, so the online therapy unit is a research unit. It was the first internet-delivered cognitive behavior therapy clinic in Canada, and it was started in 2010 by Dr. Heather Hadjistavropoulos. And we partnered with the folks at Macquarie University, which is in Australia, to bring the well-being course here to Canada. So that is a course targeting anxiety and depression. It's also been found effective to treat post-traumatic stress disorder, panic disorder, social phobia, social anxiety, that type of thing. So for my graduate research, I worked with Dr. Heather Hadjistavropoulos and the online therapy unit to develop the agriculture well-being course. So this research, unfortunately, it's only available to Saskatchewan residents at this point in time because the Ministry of Health, the Saskatchewan Ministry of Health, funds our clinic. So for anybody from Saskatchewan, if you have some agriculture producers who perhaps would like to learn more about mental health, this course is available to them. I will also show you another course that is available to anyone across Canada over the age of 18. And everyone, you have to be 18 or older to participate in our courses, just because of ethics. So the alcohol change course is also available to anyone across Canada over the age of 18. And it's a really beneficial course. We're kind of finding that in the research right now, that patient partners are identifying that it's allowing them to kind of look at how they use alcohol and how to change how they use alcohol. And almost 80% of the people who have participated in the alcohol change course, identify that it's their first time reaching out for help. So alcohol use is a really big problem in our country for everyone. I'm not just saying agriculture producers, because agriculture producers do not experience higher rates of alcohol use than the general population. So I just wanted to show you that. Feel free to check out the website. There's lots of research and there are also a lot of resources that are available to anyone at the click of a button. So if you are a person who has been hesitant to reach out for help before with your mental health, online therapy through the online therapy unit is safe. It's confidential, it's free, and the therapists that work there are all licensed or registered, and they are amazing people. So if you are needing some support, I just wanted to provide that resource to you. Thanks, Wendy.
Thank you, Cynthia. And thank you for your presentations. Clearly, it's something very, very timely and very necessary. And the whole concept of alcohol, the way you indicate how people use alcohol, it's a different way of thinking and a harsh reality that many of us don't recognize. I know that when liquor stores, for example, were declared essential services, a lot of people breathed a heavy sigh of relief when they were isolated at home. And unfortunately, for those who do abuse that, I hope that they've had the opportunity to reach out and get some support if they've decided that they need it. So thank you for your presentation. Again, we're looking for individuals to, if you have questions at all, please do add them to the Q&A. There's nothing there at this moment in time, but if over the course of the break, you find that you have any questions for Cynthia, we will have her back. She will be here. So I do want to advise that at this time, we will be taking a break for an hour. So please get up and stretch, have some lunch, have some coffee, do whatever you need to do. We will be back at 1 p.m. Central. It was the same Zoom link as you had earlier. So you can log right back in and we will have hopefully an opportunity for you to have some questions, but get up and move. I know being in front of a computer screen and sitting down for a long period of time can be challenging on your body. So we are health and safety. So let's make sure that you do the healthy part and take care of you. And I look forward to seeing everybody back again at 1 p.m. Central Time for a fantastic afternoon.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the session. I'm Dan Trache, and I'm pleased to be your MC for this afternoon. And looking forward to going through the rest of the presentations that we have this afternoon after an excellent morning that we had for a kickoff. So just getting my technical issues settled for us here. Hopefully everybody can see me now. But I'm currently one of the members on the CASA board, and I'm pleased to be the vice president for CASA as it stands today. I've been on the board just about 4 years, and looking forward to fulfilling my second term coming up here next year. So we have an excellent round of speakers this morning. If you weren't able to join us this morning, we had some presentations from Dr. Klataske. We had a video that he shared with us talking about some ethnography and the idea of a holistic approach to farm safety and looking at things outside the box, inside the culture of farming, and understanding that as a value proposition on how to proceed when we map out farm safety initiatives. Andrea Lear, our CEO for CASA, was able to give us a presentation and updated us on the Farm Credit Canada Farm Safety Perception Survey that was done. And we had some interesting information there that kind of helped us relate between the perception of farm safety from the farmer's perspective and the reality of farm safety from the perspective of actual implementation at the farm gate. So some really cool points there. And we had a great speech or talk from Cynthia Beck talking about motivators and strategies and ways to approach farm safety at the farm gate. And I found it really interesting to see or hear Cynthia's comments about looking at things from the farm perspective and what the farm operator thinks about people coming to the operation and telling them how to do things versus working with them and trying to understand the realities from their perspective. So just some excellent information this morning and looking forward to this afternoon's session. I have a couple of starting points here. I want to thank our sponsors. We have a presenting sponsor, TC Energy, and our conference investor, John Deere Canada. In addition to those folks and organizations, we have a conference supporter with Safe Work Manitoba. And we'd also like to thank the Canadian Agricultural Partnership, a federal and provincial territorial initiative. Without these folks and their support for our event, we wouldn't be able to do as good as we do. And we thank them for their energy and time and resources and commitments to the organization. Your microphones and cameras are disabled. So if you have any questions, there's a Q&A feature at the bottom of your screen. We'll be monitoring those Q&As as they come in and stacking those up for discussion later on in a question and answer panel at about 2 o'clock this afternoon, 2 o'clock Central, that is. During the presentations, we'll be having simultaneous interpretation, and it'll be offered for the duration of the conference. If you look at the bottom of your screen, there's a globe that you can click on and select the language that you would prefer, in this case, English or French. And you can listen to the presentations with the interpretation following along in the presentation content. We're recording all presentations, so you will have the opportunity to get access to that after the event, and that'll be distributed and shared with delegates following the conference. I think that's all I had for summary points to get us started. And our first speaker I'd like to introduce is Dr. Dayna Lee-Baggley. And if Dr. Dayna Lee-Baggley could join us on the screen. Dr. Dayna Lee-Baggley specializes in behavior change, both to encourage better health in individuals and to create healthier workplaces and organizations. She uses evidence-based practices to provide practical and applicable skills to improve behavioral effectiveness, both in the workplace and at home. Dr. Lee-Baggley has an active research program on behavior change, obesity, chronic disease, professional resiliency, and acceptance and commitment therapy. Dr. Lee-Baggley has done close to 40 peer-reviewed publications and over 115 scholarly presentations. In 2017, she was the recipient of the Woman of Excellence Award for her contributions to health, sport, and wellness. She is the author of the book, Healthy Habits Suck: How to Get Off the Couch and Live a Healthy Life, Even If You Don't Want to. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Dayna Lee-Baggley to the presentation, and I'll turn the floor over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for having me. I'm sorry I couldn't attend some of the talks this morning. They sounded super interesting. I was actually at another safety conference in Ontario. Of course, I'm presenting virtually at both. So thank you for having me. So today I will be talking about, I'm a registered psychologist as well as a researcher. And so the things I'm going to be talking about today are evidence-based, meaning we've pulled them from the science, the literature, but trying to deliver them in a way that's applicable and useful in everyday life. So our session outline, we're going to be talking about the impact of the pandemic, psychological safety 101, and then authentic leadership and psychological safety. So first, I think it's always helpful to keep in mind the ongoing impact of the pandemic. So it's helpful to think about how our brains react to stress. So there's part of our brain that's, sort of a survival brain. It's an automatic and unconscious process. It's responsible for things like emotions, memory, learning, automatic thoughts, appetite regulation, and it gives you fantastic advice if you're a cave person and your life expectancy is 30 and the kinds of threats that you deal with are bear attacks. The other relevant part of our brain is our prefrontal cortex, or our frontal lobe. And this is a part of our brain that controls behavior. That includes things like starting behavior, stopping behavior, planning, decision-making. This is actually where resiliency lives. And unlike our survival brain that's always working, our frontal lobe is like a battery. And so we will wear out that battery as we use it up during the day. Frontal lobe is also where self-control comes from. This is where willpower comes from. And so this is why things like binge eating are more likely to happen in the evenings compared to the mornings, because we've used up that battery of self-control. But our survival brain is still there, happy to offer us something that's going to make us feel better, at least in the short run. So in terms of the pandemic, it's like having survival brains on fire and our frontal lobe batteries are incredibly spent. So survival brains think about the threat, and you don't have to be consciously aware of the threat for this system to activate. So if you put your hand on a hot stove, you'll pull your hand away before you consciously register pain, and that's this system in action. And so survival brains don't work on the number of cases in your neighborhood. It works on worst case scenario. And so it's not necessarily that people will be waking up at 4 in the morning worried about the pandemic. It may be that you wake up at 4 in the morning worried about the things you always worry about, but it's harder to put the worries down. As well, our frontal lobe battery is spent. because it takes a lot more effort to get through a COVID day than a non-COVID day. There's all kinds of different behaviors and protocols and safety things and figuring out how far away we are from other people and what we're allowed to do or not allowed to do. And all of that uses up frontal lobe battery. And so I like to remind people that pandemic brain is a real thing. We know from research that stress impairs things like concentration, memory, attention, problem solving, and decision making. And this isn't because you're not trying hard enough. This is just the impact of stress on the brain. And so if you're noticing forgetting things, that it's harder to get things done, problems paying attention, that's a well-known effect of stress on the brain. We also know that mental health has been significantly impacted by COVID. Before the pandemic, 1 out of 5 employees reported living with a mental health problem, but during the pandemic, 4 times as many people indicated they were concerned about their mental health. There was an increase of 41% in anxiety and over 80% in their mental health. And we've seen these kinds of statistics across the pandemic and continued to see high levels of distress even in September, this September, going into the school year. And in part because we're back into uncertainty. Vaccinations hasn't been an easy out of the pandemic. And so we're thrown back into uncertainty and not knowing what the next phase is going to look like. So the kinds of things that people describe feeling at this point in the pandemic, one of them is called languishing, and it was developed by Keyes in 2002, but made popular by a New York Times article during the pandemic. And it's sort of a sense of feeling joyless, aimless, stuck, kind of a sense of stagnation and emptiness. We also know that there are high levels of burnout from the pandemic. So burnout involves emotional exhaustion. So sometimes people report feeling exhausted, but they say, I haven't done anything but sit in front of my computer. Cynicism, which is sort of a sense of what's the point, why bother, and reduced efficacy, so having a harder time getting things done. So because we may not have total control over the stressful parts, we want to think about recharging our batteries. And so a recharging activity is something that makes you feel more energetic at the end than when you start. And common things for most people will be things like sleep, eating healthy food, staying hydrated, physical activity, being in nature, and social connection. However, there's also individual differences. For an extrovert, being with other people might be recharging. For an introvert, that might be draining. There's probably also an optimal amount. Going for a walk for 30 minutes might make you feel recharged, but going for 6 hours might make you feel drained. This isn't the same thing as a healthy habit. So if going for a walk makes you feel angry and irritated, then it's not a recharging activity, even if it's a healthy habit. We're actually looking for things that kind of make you smile, things that make you feel a bit lighter, have a bit more energy, and to be thoughtful about whether you have these in your day. If you think about how often we need to charge our cell phone, we need to charge our frontal lobe batteries a lot too. So in the second section, I'm going to be talking about psychological safety in the workplace. So there's lots of definitions of psychological safety, but this one is my favorite, which was done by a researcher at Harvard University. And it's these 3 factors. 1, that it's okay to not be okay, that it's okay to make mistakes, and it's okay to speak up and disagree. And when these aspects are present, then people report having a sense of psychological safety in the workplace, which is a sense that they can show up as kind of real flawed humans. Now, understandably, there's lots of workplaces where making mistakes has a really big impact. I worked in the hospital system for many years, even up to wave 3 of the pandemic. And making a mistake in the hospital can cost lives, right? That can cause, can mean losing a patient to make mistakes. And yet we also know that being able to acknowledge mistakes is a really important part of actually improving things in the workplace. So for example, Dr. Edmondson did research looking at teams, medical teams, and their medical error rates. And she found that groups with higher psychological safety had more error rates. which isn't what you would think. But when she investigated it further, what she found was that the teams that had higher psychological safety were more likely to report mistakes. So the other teams with lower psychological safety were still making mistakes, they were just hiding them. And if you're hiding them, then there's no chance to potentially make it different or to come up with other ways of doing things. And so these, principles are also applicable to situations where there's, really significant outcomes and life and death impacts of making mistakes. So psychological safety was investigated by Google to learn about what makes the most effective teams. And Google did this in a rather Google way, and they did all kinds of, data collection and looked at all kinds of things about what makes the most effective teams, including different aspects of team composition, as well as different kinds of outcomes to measure effectiveness. And what they found was that psychological safety was the most important factor. And so once you had psychological safety, there were other things that were helpful, including things like dependability, structure and clarity, meaning and impact. But if you didn't have psychological safety, none of these other things mattered. And so psychological safety was by far the most important factor in terms of team effectiveness. And so we know that psychological safety is the foundation of a thriving organization. When you have this present, there's more innovation, there's more accountability, there's improved productivity. There's also better handling of things like diversity, equity, and inclusion, and being open to new ideas. So there's a lot of advantages, both from an employee perspective as well as an employer perspective, to improving psychological safety in the workplace. So organizations that encourage psychological safety, it's both to promote mental health as well as to reduce psychological harms and injuries. So in the same way that we're working on making sure to protect physical health, we're also trying to protect psychological health. And it's not just the absence of injuries or harms, it's also the promotion of well-being and good mental health. So of course, there is a national standard on psychological safety in the workplace, and this was created by Canadian Standards Association, and it's a voluntary set of guidelines, tools, and resources to help organizations think about psychological safety and how to employ it in the workplace. And so there's all kinds of resources attached to this to be able to apply to your organization about where you might be regarding psychological safety and how you could improve it. So we can also talk about the impact of a lack of psychological safety. So we know psychological safety creates good and effective teams and thriving organization, but what happens when we don't have psychological safety? Well, we can understand that the brain actually has different ways of kind of states of being. And one of them is a threat focus system. The threat focus system is, of course, necessary if you for all species to be able to protect themselves. And so the threat focus system is about protection and safety seeking. It's a fight, flight, or freeze response. It's associated with feelings like anger, anxiety, and fear. And it narrows our behavioral repertoire. And what that means is that we get tunnel vision. We start to feel like my only options are A or B, that's all I've got. And even when people, offer them other options, they can't see them as viable or realistic. There's also the resource focused system, which is about wanting, pursuing, and achieving. It's very activating. It's associated with drive, excitement, and vitality. And then the affiliative or social focused system that is associated with safeness and kindness, feeling safe, connected, and actually encourages creativity, courageousness, and exploration. And so I'll talk about that in more detail. So when we think about the threat system, this is the fight, flight, or freeze response. And so it can be helpful to understand the impact that and how people might be showing up when they're in the threat system. So the fight response is kind of the thing we associate with threat. hands in fists, having a lot of energy, you know, stomping feet, feelings of anger and rage, perhaps knots in your stomach, feeling like a volcano ready to erupt. An example of that might be yelling at your partner for pushing you into agreeing to speak at a conference if you don't feel ready. And this one, you know, we tend to associate with the threat system. There's also the flight response, which comes out of the threat system. In this one, this is about restlessness, sort of fidgety, feeling trapped, feeling tense. And an example of that would be you avoid going to a party or leave early because you don't feel comfortable around unfamiliar people. So this is also associated with the threat system. Then there's the freeze response, and people often don't know about the freeze response as part of the threat system. In this system, this response, it's about sort of feeling stuck, freezing, your mind going blank, feeling cold, like difficulty moving, heaviness, sense of dread. And an example of this would be your mind going blank when your boss asks you a question. And so the impact of this is that this is all coming from our survival mind. This is the part of our brain that controls the threat system. And we don't actually have a lot of choice over when it activates this. We have a lot of choice over our behavior about how we choose to behave, but the activation of this system comes from an unconscious automatic process in our brain. And so when this system is activated, there's all kinds of, we know, all kinds of science behind it and the biological things that activate it and what goes along with that. You get the sympathetic hyperarousal where you get the fight or flight response. If that threat continues to go up, you get into the freeze response where people are actually kind of unable to, you know, they dissociate, they're depressed, helpless, feeling trapped, again, mind going blank. They often don't look like they're under threat because they've actually kind of shut down. And so it can be difficult to understand that somebody is in this threat system. But when we think about trying to encourage safety behaviors in the workplace, those behaviors are going to require your frontal lobe. You need your frontal lobe to choose to do it in the safest way, because typically the safest way is not the easiest way and not the way that you've always been doing it. And so it's helpful to be able to understand that if we increase the perception of threat, then we actually get to a state where people can't function, that they're not able to choose adaptive behavior or safe behavior because they're stuck in the freeze system. And so more threat and more danger doesn't actually improve safety behaviors, because we get into a type of response that's very counter to being able to use our frontal lobe and to be able to choose safe behavior. Well, what we know is that this system can be deactivated with the social engagement system or the social safety system. All right, so the social safety system is about safeness, kindness, feeling content, safe and connected. This is actually where people are more creative. We get out of that tunnel vision. This is when people can actually change their behavior. This is when they can choose things outside their comfort zone, is actually when they feel like they have a safe base to launch from. And so we're going to talk about in the later section about what we can do as leaders to create, to activate the social safety system. It's actually about trying to get people out of the threat system and into the social safety system. When you're there, you're much more willing to try different behaviors, to try new things, to be more creative, and to do things outside of our comfort zone. But understanding that, this threat system activates outside of conscious awareness and without our direct control, it doesn't help to increase the threat system. We need to switch them into the social safety system. So we also know that there are kind of good business practice reasons to engage in psychological safety. We know that employers, are increasingly, have the legal liability to make sure that they're preventing incidents from happening, responding effectively to incidents, and supporting people who've had incidents in the past. An example of this is that by 2030, it's predicted that mental health problems will be the #1 cause of premature death around the world. And so increasingly these become issues. One of the things that we know will probably happen and sort of is happening as a result of the pandemic is that once the crisis is over, then we're going to see a wave of mental health problems emerge as people, try to get back to their life or dealing with things like grief over people that they've lost or aspects of their lives that have been changed irreparably by the pandemic. So in any given day, 20% of the workforce can be impacted by a mental health challenge. And they are more at risk for things like loneliness, financial stress, relationship strain, and managing different aspects of their responsibilities. And so this influences the employee's experience, but also, their safety risks, both in terms of safety behaviors from physical safety, but also in terms of mental health and psychological harms. And so, for example, there have been increasingly been cases where people are, being held, organizations are being held responsible for failing to address psychological health and safety. And so not checking in on mental health issues, not considering whether that's playing a role, not doing anything to address psychological issues in the workplace can result in claims against the organization. And so when we think about occupational health and safety, the most impactful safety measures are ones that influence the most people and require the least amount of frontal lobe battery by the employee. And so eliminating physical hazards, for example, is going to help the most number of people avoid health harms. Then your next best option is substitution, so kind of replacing the hazard. Engineering controls, which is about isolating people from the hazard, administrative controls, changing the way people work, and then finally, personal protective equipment to protect the worker. And so these increasingly, as you go down, rely more on the individual to engage in them, require more frontal lobe on the part of the employee, and therefore are less effective because, the ones where you're impacting more people have a bigger outcome. So this can also be applied to psychological health and safety, right? When we think about this, the broadest impact you can have is about leadership, right? And the leadership philosophy about what's important and whether mental health is important in the workplace. Then we have issues around culture, which includes how other people, are taking up those messages from leadership, then the strategy and policy, that there's good policies, expectations, follow through on how people should behave in the workplace, then employee supports, so early intervention, treatment programs to help, and then finally the individual, making sure they're engaging in recharging their battery, being resilient. Again, the ones that have the most impact are the leadership kind of strategies because they're impacting more people. The level 5 is, going to impact the fewest number of people because it relies more on the employee. And so in terms of, psychological safety in the workplace, your employee should be the last line of defense, not the first. And leadership can play a big role in impacting multiple factors that influence psychological safety in the workplace. So to understand again a bit more about psychological safety in the workplace, we can understand them through understanding psychological factors and psychological hazards. So psychological factors are basically things in the environment that can impact employee well-being. And so they can contribute to risk if they're not kind of addressed. And so it can kind of progress. These are factors that might influence whether somebody has a psychological harm. If they're not addressed, that can lead to that. Examples might be bullying or harassment or workload management that we know sort of on average are going to increase the risk of mental harm for employees. So in the standard, there's actually 12 psychological factors that they mention. These are all of them there, and there's lots of ways you can go read up about them. But basically, it's to keep in mind that there are actually things that we know in a general way that you can address that's going to impact the most number of people, that addressing any of these aspects reduces the likelihood of a mental harm for the most number of people. This is our version of it at Howatt HR, which is, we just talked about the 5-factor instead of 12 of them, just to make it a bit more manageable. So 1 factor is about management and leadership, then about employee experience. So are they engaged? How much workload do they have? Aspects of culture, how they're treating each other, strategic HR. So in terms of how people, the policies and how people are acknowledged or developed through the organization. And then finally, safety, so both psychological and physical safety protection. So psychological hazards are the byproduct of the employee and the psychosocial factor, meaning that this is where you start to combine individual risk factors with environmental or organizational risk factors. And when those 2 of them are together, you have an increased risk of psychological harm. And so this means that there's both a responsibility by the employee as well as the employer to try to address these kinds of issues. And for the employee, right, this is where things like whether they're charging their battery, whether they're engaging in health behaviors, these kinds of things will impact, how vulnerable they are to a mental harm. In organizational factors as well, we know that these, aspects of isolation or lack of support or feeling stress that can be caused by the organization will interact with those individual employee factors to potentially create psychological harms. And so in terms of a respectful workplace continuum, there's a range. It's not like at some, you have it or you don't have it. It ranges from misunderstandings all the way up to physical violence. And there's lots of aspects in between. In terms of microaggressions, this is a term that's referred to about small behaviors that happen between individuals. Sometimes the person doing them is not even aware that this is causing some harm to the other person, and is one of the a major aspect in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so this can go from mistaken identity all the way up to hate crimes in terms of diversity in the workplace. One that we talk about in particular and might be quite relevant for this population as well is about workplace fatigue, right? As it being, a risk factor. And so we know that actually fatigue has always been a problem, but it's much worse in the pandemic. It's worse for all kinds of different reasons. We know that sleep is disrupted because of the stress of the pandemic. Again, you don't have to be consciously aware of that stress for it to impact our sleep. Many people report actually increased workloads, longer hours, that they're having less rest. They're not as able to separate, professional lives and personal lives, especially if they've changed to remote working. And so we know it can cause the same kind of impairment as intoxication. And so, for example, signs of fatigue and impairment can be things that we can be watching out for. Again, at a leadership perspective, the broadest role would be that leaders are taking up fatigue as something that's important to talk about, important to be aware of, important to help people with. Your final step, which has the least amount of impact, is the employee managing their own fatigue. But there's all kinds of things organizations can do to make this something that's important, that's on people's radars, that's part of the culture of being aware of this and managing it, so that these aspects are managed before you get to the responsibility of the employee in doing something. Right, so lack of energy, impaired motor skills, drowsiness, cognitive impairments, delayed reaction time. So there's a lot of things that we see happening when people are fatigued and that impairment, and that it's a normal human response. Part of managing some of these risks is recognizing that this isn't because somebody is flawed or weak. This is, a normal effect that happens for everybody at a certain point, and figuring out where that is for people can help them, as well as, policies about what do you do if you're fatigued? How do you handle that? How does leadership handle that? Right, so in this section, we're going to be talking about authentic leadership and psychological safety. So this is basically about what can leaders do to improve psychological safety. Okay. So first of all, what is authentic leadership? So authentic leadership is about creating kind of honest relationship with employees. And what this means is about being a real flawed human, right? That the expression I like to say is being just messy enough to be approachable, which is that for authentic leadership to happen, that's about humans showing up as real flawed humans. And when we think about the definition of psychological safety, about it's okay to not be okay, it's okay to make mistakes, we can see that if the leader is showing up as a real flawed human, that's already modeling that it's okay to not be okay, and that's okay to make mistakes. And again, this doesn't mean you need to be a disaster. It's not about sharing everything that's happening for you with your employees, just messy enough to be approachable, right? Just messy enough to be a real human. And so we often get, messages about good leadership is about being a rock, when in fact, we know that that doesn't actually help people cope with crisis. It doesn't actually help people feel supported because there's nothing to connect with, right? When we as leaders act like everything's okay and nothing's wrong, it doesn't actually increase confidence. It actually makes people feel isolated in their experience when there's stress. And so being a value-driven leader is about understanding who we want to be as leaders and what's important to us. Values are about how we want to show up as a human. And they're established by consistent and predictable behavior. So when leaders show up in a predictable way, and that doesn't mean you have to be available all the time, or that you're always around, but that there's some predictability to your behavior, some understanding of what people can expect out of you, that creates, stability and with employees and understanding what they can expect and not. And so a micro skill in terms of authentic leadership is about connecting with your values, right? So we can make use of the pandemic, for example, to understand our values. What do I want to stand for in this crisis? What kind of leader do I want to be? How do I want to look after my own health and the health of my employees? How would I want to be remembered after this crisis is over? So values are about how we want to show up as humans. They're about the kind of qualities we'd like to exhibit, how we'd really like to be described if we could totally show up the way we wanted to. They're a bit different from goals, because goals are kinds of things that happen or don't happen, but values are always available to us, and they're always under our direct control because we express them through our own behavior. And so the pandemic can also help us understand what our values might be. So things that were really important to us that we lost or were temporarily gone because of restrictions or things to manage the virus, that can help us understand what really matters to us and what's really important to us. In part of my role in the past, I've worked a lot with cancer patients and people who are going through, after they've gone through cancer treatment. Some of them respond by wanting to pretend like cancer never happened and go back to life exactly the way it was before. But another group makes use of that experience to help them understand what really matters to them and to live their lives more meaningfully from that point forward. And the pandemic can also be that for all of us, about reminding us what really matters to us, the things that we really missed in the pandemic, or things that we came to appreciate about the pandemic, and how can we include that in how we want to move forward into the next phase of the pandemic. Right, so maintaining honesty and integrity as a leader can be done by having clear values and expressing them with other people. So sometimes people ask, like, you know, how do I have conversation about values without letting on that that's what I'm talking about? No, you should totally, you know, make it explicit that this is what you're talking about. In our research lab, we have conversations about what's our values as a research lab. At Howatt HR, we have values about how we're trying to be as a company. We have them in our household about what we're trying to do as a family. And so being explicit about what things are important to you and how you're trying to show up as a leader then helps people understand your behaviors better. And it actually acts as a compass for us as leaders, right? Because we can use values to help guide decision making. So for example, you know, when people are deciding about whether to take a new job or not, they sometimes make a pros and cons list, right, of taking the job or not taking the job. But another way of doing that is to think about your values, about who you're trying to be, how you want to contribute to the world, how you want to connect with people. And does taking this job move you further or closer away from being that person, right? And so we can use that to guide our decision making that we're just trying to move a bit more towards than away from our values. Can also help us motivate difficult behaviors. We often do difficult behaviors all the time in the service of our values. And so connecting values to things like safety behaviors or psychological safety, right, can then help us manage to do things that are difficult. So, for example, there was a safety campaign, you know, about making sure you make it home to your kids or your family. That's about linking safety behaviors, not to safety itself, but to other important values like family. And so when we can link these things to other important values, then it does help motivate difficult behaviors. One of the things I sometimes describe is that the human brain, our survival brain, will put up kind of rumble strips in front of us. And if you've ever driven on the highway and hit a rumble strip and it's really bumpy and jarring and makes you want to go back to the middle of the lane. And so this is what it's like when we try to do something new, is that our survival brains don't like new. They want to do the things we've always done because that's a lot safer to do what you've always done. And so it's like going over a rumble strip. You're going to feel discomfort. You're going to feel unease. You're going to have all kinds of thoughts about this is inappropriate or you shouldn't do this. And that's a normal response to our brain, from our brains doing new things. And so it's not actually about reducing the rumble strips or making it feel comfortable. It's about increasing our willingness to go over the rumble strips in the service of our values. And so values are expressed through our behaviors. And when we can be explicit that these behaviors are, you know, our effort to express this value of psychological safety, you know, or other compassion or authentic leadership, then, you know, that helps people understand our behavior and has a higher sense of kind of stability and integrity because we know what the compass is. So other attributes of authentic leadership, they're self-aware. So they recognize, you know, understanding aspects about themselves. They lead with their heart, which means that they can express emotions. They can be vulnerable. This is about the just messy enough to be approachable, right? This is how people connect to each other, is through emotions. They can be empathic to other people, but they recognize that emotions are not kind of a distraction from the workplace, but actually something to harness to be able to create, you know, to get out of those threat systems and into that social safety system. They focus on the long game. They're connected to their values. They understand why they're doing the things they're doing and driven to achieve. But their achievement isn't just about kind of money or power. That again, it's value driven, and they have clear goal, you know, kind of values about who they're trying to be and how they're trying to contribute to the world. And so just some examples of questions that are part of standardized measures of psychological safety, right? Do my employees feel safe talking to me one-on-one? Do they feel comfortable asking me questions, asking for help? Do they feel supported by me? Do they feel safe receiving feedback? Do they feel valued? So these are some of the questions that we would ask to get a perception of whether people are experiencing psychological safety in their workplace. So micro skills for being an authentic leader, this is actually about improving communication. It's not about becoming better mind readers. So this isn't about figuring out how people are thinking or feeling and then behaving based on that. It's about our ability to have conversations about that. Right. So, and sometimes being explicit about why we're doing things. So giving employees permission to correct you or debate you, right? Asking employees what's the best way to correct them or give them feedback. Again, we're never going to know what people's preferences are. And the goal isn't to figure that out. It's actually just to be able to ask. It's to be able to have the conversation. And sometimes those conversations can feel awkward and uncomfortable. And it's about going over that rumble strip of feeling uncomfortable in order to be the leader that you want to be, to create psychological safety in your workplace. And so leaders can have a big influence on psychological safety. And these are some more, behaviors and things that leaders can do that I'll describe in more detail. So the first one is about charging your battery and role modeling charging your battery, right? So for the employee, this is about, the level 5, about whether they're managing their own vulnerabilities or risk, charging their batteries. Again, showing up the way we want to in the workplace, whether that's about civility in the workplace or safety behaviors, requires a charged frontal lobe. It tends to require intention and purpose. When leaders charge their batteries, they're also more likely to engage in level 1. They're more likely to then, do things that impact a whole bunch of people when their frontal lobes are charged. And we've done studies before indicating the impact of battery charge on employee experience. And so we have a measurement called the MFI, the Mental Fitness Index, which is a self-report about how charged an individual, an employee feels. And we've done studies relating this to their attendance, presenteeism, and discretionary effort, meaning attendance, are they taking a lot of sick days? Discretionary effort, are they putting in extra effort? And presenteeism, which is about showing up at the workplace, but not at your, functioning at a very high level. And there's a cost associated with employees who aren't charged that in terms of these variables. And we've done studies to demonstrate basically your return on investment if you're investing in psychological safety in the workplace and helping employees make sure that they're charged. And so in terms of role modeling behaviors as a leader, you want to make sure you're charging your battery first, right? It's difficult to show up in a different way. It's difficult to be the leader that you want to be if you're not charging your battery first. It also is the biggest thing that you can do to give permission to other people to charge their batteries, that it's okay for other people to do that. So we talked earlier about risks of fatigue, for example. The best way that you can get other employees to admit that they're tired and maybe not concentrating well and maybe they need to take a break is for the leader to do that. For the leader to say, you know what, I'm feeling pretty tired today. I'm not sure I can get that done. It's actually a really common saying in my workplace and in my home that I'll say my frontal lobe is done, which is just a cue that I'm not going to be able to show up the way I want to. And probably, sometimes people will be bringing problems to me. What should we do about this? And I'll actually say, my frontal lobe is done. You're going to have to ask me that tomorrow. I'm going to have to recharge my battery before I can help you solve this because we're not going to come up with anything good right now. So charging your battery gives permission to other people to also charge their battery and to make that acceptable behavior in your workplace. Sharing your common humanity is about recognizing that all humans have flaws, all humans have setbacks, all humans make mistakes. I work in a hospital system where there are a lot of protocols to avoid mistakes because, of course, mistakes are very costly. They can cost somebody's life when you make a mistake in the hospital system. But that will never eliminate human error. And so again, when you have psychological safety that people understand it's okay to make mistakes, then you have people admit mistakes when they're not a catastrophe. You have them admit mistakes when they're smaller, more manageable things that people can do to change processes or protocols. Listening rather than problem solving. So helping people feel connected in that social safety system, which then, allows them to be more creative and innovative and do new behaviors, is actually about making them feel connected, making them feel that somebody else understands what's happening for them, understands their experience. And And so leaders often want to problem solve and fix things, which is, of course, a very understandable thing to want to do. There's so many things that we can't fix as leaders, especially in the pandemic, that actually feeling heard and validated and sensing that somebody else gets your position actually is a fix. It actually does activate that social safety system and create feelings of like safety because we feel heard and validated. And so listening and validating somebody's experience is a fix in and of itself. And then know your limits. So this is about collaborating, not solving. It's also about that we don't want this responsibility to fall only on the leaders. We actually want everybody in the workplace to be taking responsibility for psychological safety in the workplace. Everybody contributes to it. So also making use of other people, that we want colleagues to be checking in on each other, not just the manager checking in on their employees. And so recognizing the signs, first recognizing whether there are hazards in your workplace that increase the risk of psychological harms in the workplace. Again, managing these hazards in different ways is going to have a bigger impact on reducing the risk for multiple employees and not just a specific employee. There's also intrapersonal and interpersonal signs that somebody is struggling. Things like isolation from others, being absent, having more conflict, missing deadlines, pessimism, irritability. The most important thing about this list, though, is actually about a change of behaviors. So some people are always irritable. It's looking for a change in these levels that indicates that maybe something's wrong. Some people are always late for meetings. And so that's not a great predictor that something's happened. If it's a change for them, they were always on time and now they're suddenly starting to be late, that might be indicative that something's going on. And so, memorizing this list isn't the most important thing. It's about recognizing a change of behaviors. And again, we don't want the managers to be the only ones observing this. We want everybody watching out for each other. Duty to inquire is, again, part of this responsibility, psychological safety in the workplace, to ensure that psychological factors are inquired about. For example, before there's disciplinary action, punishment, before people get fired, that you need to demonstrate that you've inquired about these issues and offered support on psychological factors. And so ways to improve the ability to engage in this requirement. First, we actually want to normalize the discussion. So we talk about battery charges in our workplace all the time. And this is a really easy way to be talking about things that can absolutely affect mental health without having to talk about mental health, right? We can normalize that this is a normal thing everybody experiences. Everybody needs to charge their battery. And having regular discussions about that then normalizes that this is something we care about. This is something that we want to pay attention to. And so we can use non-judgmental language like charging your battery to be able to have regular conversations about this. Again, the best way to get other people to share is for the leader to share themselves. And so sharing their own battery charges, again, sometimes my frontal lobe is done, being able to share when that's when they spent their frontal lobe battery, what they're doing to charge their battery. It's not about having it all figured out. It's about sharing the struggle, because that's the part they're going to connect with, is that it can be a struggle to charge your battery on a regular basis. Know your role. Again, there's no magic in getting somebody to tell you the truth. People often ask me, how do I get my employee to tell me the truth? There's no magic words to get somebody to tell you the truth. The magic is in creating psychological safety in the workplace, because then people are willing to share when they're not okay. They're willing to tell you about that. If there's no safety, if you've never had a discussion about well-being in your workplace and suddenly you launch into duty to inquire, they are likely to lie to you, right? Which, from the leader's perspective, you've still done your job of duty to inquire, but you're going to get much more truthful answers if you make this a regular part of how you're showing up as a leader. So the role of the leader isn't to diagnose, it isn't to fix, it isn't to, solve the problem. Sometimes it's about activating resources in the workplace. It might be activating resources in your organization of what people can do to access help if they need it, connecting them with other resources. But it's not about fixing the problem or diagnosing what the problem is. And then finally, validate period can be a powerful way of shaping psychological safety in the workplace, which is that we can validate somebody's experience without validating their beliefs. We can validate that somebody's experience is what it is without saying that we believe in that we endorse their beliefs, which is that validation ends in a period. It doesn't include a but. This validation, right? So the way we often do it is things like, I know it's been hard in the pandemic, but things are getting better. I know it's been, a rough couple years, but now everyone's vaccinated. And the but actually takes away the validation. There's a lot of literature on the fact that when we can acknowledge the tough parts of life, when we can acknowledge the struggling and help people feel heard and understood about that, that's when we get them out of the threat system and into the social safety system. And so validate period is about just acknowledging their experience. Yeah, I can understand that that's been a really difficult experience for you, period. I actually suggest saying the period out loud. It tells you and the other person, really, I'm done. And this is, again, actually shifting people out of the threat system into the social safety system, which then actually increases the likelihood that they can solve their own problem, or they can see a new solution that they couldn't see before, because they can be more creative because they're not stuck in that tunnel vision of the threat system. And so, we actually have had conversations about this, about what do you do with people who don't want to get vaccinated? From a science perspective, I have a clear belief that vaccination, is helpful. Can I understand that somebody doesn't want to be told what to do? Absolutely. So I can absolutely, validate their experience of like, I get it. It makes you feel super frustrated that you don't want to be told what to do and you don't want all these consequences to this decision, period. Right? Don't put the but in too soon. And that doesn't mean I'm endorsing their beliefs. It means that I can understand their experience. I can validate that that is their experience. This is also really critical when we start talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, because there'll be many people of experiences that are well beyond what you could ever experience. Our job isn't to know what those are or what that's like for them. It's simply to acknowledge, okay, that was your experience. That is how you go through the world. And that might be much, much different than my experience of going through the world. So just to wrap up here, our last kind of takeaways. Psychological safety is just as critical as physical safety. Authentic leadership, builds influence and collaboration. To be an authentic leader, you want to charge your battery, know your values, and model the behavior. And so I will stop sharing there and turn it over.
Great, thank you, Dayna, for that presentation. Really appreciate the information and the context that you shared it in. I'm probably going to add to the question and answer session to find out where on Amazon I can find that fast charger for my frontal lobe battery,
right?
And figure out how that works, right? And
I know.
That'll be a big seller, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It was good to kind of understand this happy social safety system and the fact that that inspires a more creative and entrepreneurial kind of a workplace. And the idea of workplace fatigue, I think Cynthia was kind of alluded to this earlier today as well, talking about the fact that in agriculture, it's a big deal for us, fatigue, and how that has a significant impact on the psychosocial hazards and increasing the opportunity for those hazards to cause harm in the workplace. So, and the ultimate, I guess, ideal that, keeping your batteries charged to manage that culture of safety in the organization, in this case, at the farm level. And making sure that that connected workplace is in place, but really that role of leadership and making sure that the leadership is following those same principles and demonstrating by leadership how to implement, right? So
And that might
Doesn't-
feel really uncomfortable too, right? That might be a
Yeah.
rumble strip we have to go over. It doesn't mean it feels good because there's lots of cultural reasons why we don't show up that way as leaders, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, when we look at it in the context of a farm, usually farm ownership starts by being born on the farm and then grows up on the farm and at some point transitions into a work position on the farm. And if we're looking at other organizations, usually in a human's life cycle, that's a break, that's a career change, right? They go from being a student to actually working. And on the farm, we don't get to experience that transition as effectively, but that's great talk. Thank you very much for your time on that. We're going to open up to a little bit of a speakers panel now. So Robin Anderson is going to join us, as well as Cynthia from this morning. And I'm going to turn it over to Robin. If you want to kickstart the session, that'll be great. I'll maybe let you introduce yourself, Robin.
Sure. Thanks, Dan. It's so great to be here today. I'm Robin Anderson. I'm the communications coordinator for the Canadian Agricultural Safety Association. I come into farming as a farm kid myself from Saskatchewan. So I appreciate Cynthia talking about my home province. Go Riders. Don't tell Andrea, she might be upset about that. So I'm really happy to be here, and I would like to welcome Dayna and Cynthia. I hope that's okay if I call you both by your first names, to the question and answer session. So if you folks have any questions that you'd like answered by these two distinguished panelists, please pop it in the chat and I'll read it out loud for everyone to hear and for these ladies to answer. So I do have some questions. I was very attentively listening and really excited by what I was hearing. So I have some questions. I'm not sure if you both want to tackle them, or we'll just see how it works out, just having a conversation, about, behavior change and authentic leadership. So I was really struck, by talking, Cynthia, when you talked about balanced mental health. I have a friend and she always talks about her bandwidth and how her bandwidth is just eaten up. She has no more room, she's done. And, when I heard that, the balanced mental health helps facilitate behavior change, this really, really struck me. And it reminded me of her. So in your opinions, is addressing mental health issues the first and foremost way to facilitate behavior change?
I think when it comes to the agriculture population, addressing mental health definitely is a requirement for also addressing behavior change. So kind of like you said, Robin, with your friend and talking about bandwidth, or Dayna talking about, no more room on the frontal lobe. It is really interesting because, using farmer speak, when your tractor runs out of fuel, there is no more productivity. That's it. You have to refuel, right? It's that simple. If the tire, falls off the rim, okay, there needs to be some maintenance there in order to move forward with productivity, move forward with change. So in my personal opinion, and as a researcher and as a mental health provider, it's I think it's necessary. It's a requirement to be cognizant or aware of the state of mental health that a person is in, but also helping them to kind of even recognize that maybe, okay, your tank is empty. What can we do to help you recognize your tank is empty? And then let's take the steps to start refueling it. And with the agriculture population, some of those steps are super easy. Like I've talked at conferences and I've said, when I talk about self-care, I have a very different definition of what self-care is. Get up in the morning, have a drink of water, eat something, and make sure that you're trying to get some sleep. So if you've been awake for 20 hours in the combine and you need a nap, please take the nap. Like it's just really basic things. Drink your water, eat your food, and have a nap. That's self-maintenance, and you do the same maintenance on your vehicles, right? You'd never leave for the day to go fencing without fuel in your tractor, without fence posts, and without wire. You wouldn't be a very successful farmer. but we do that with ourselves all the time. We leave for the day without fueling ourselves. Like, I think we do it all the time. I'm kind of guilty as well, right? I fuel myself with caffeine, but I also do what I can to make sure that I'm fueling my body in a way that is beneficial for it. So I think that for mental health wise, it doesn't have to be big and scary. It can be super simple. Drink your water, eat your food, get some sleep. Let's start there.
Do you have anything to add to that, Dayna?
Yeah, even I would agree with everything Cynthia has said. Behavior change requires your frontal lobe. You're not going to engage in behavior change with just your survival mind. It has to be intentional. And so you need some frontal lobe battery. So sometimes it's definitely about recharging your battery, as we've all talked about, but also where are you spending your battery? So we act like in our culture that there's an unlimited amount of energy. And if you just try harder, you can somehow create more fuel in the tractor, right? It's a finite thing. And when you hit it, you're done. And so where are you spending it? It's a limited amount. Where are you spending that battery? Is that where you want to be spending it? Those are important things to think about, because you're going to need that frontal lobe battery to engage in behavior change. And we talk about a 90% rule, pick something you're 90% sure you can achieve. Right? So this shouldn't be about changing everything about your life. You don't have enough frontal lobe battery for that. That's when people do the go big or go home, and they basically quit after a few days because they don't have enough frontal lobe battery for that. How much battery we have is different in the pandemic than in pre-pandemic times. And so picking things that are manageable, right? Eating lunch recharges your frontal lobe. Our brains take up like 3% of our body weight, but something like 23% of like the sugar in our bodies, meaning that, when we eat fuel, that a large percentage of that goes to our brains. And so those are absolutely appropriate goals to be having about making sure you're charging your battery.
No, that's really good. We had a bit of a follow-up to that question. And Cynthia, you kind of did address this a little bit about, drink your water, have a nap, eat some good quality, nutritious foods. Farmers do have to work incredibly long hours, doing incredibly physically strenuous things, also emotionally stressful things. So given those restraints, what are some strategies and suggestions we can offer these folks, along with the water, nutrition, sleep, to help recharge their batteries? What are some really foolproof, low-hanging fruit that we can help those producers out with?
Dayna, are you okay if I take this one? The number one thing that I've found to have kind of the most impact in speaking with producers is speaking their language. So if you were to use terminology of like, well, practice self-care, for most producers, probably the instant thought that comes into their mind is, I don't have time for that. Who's got time for that? Right? So once again, there's that assumption that everyone has the basic understanding of self-care, but really we all have our own definitions of that. So Robin, if you're asking about, what's the low-hanging fruit or what's the message that we can deliver, well, speak a farmer's language. Equate self-care to using your tractor, going fencing for the day, or feeding your cattle, right? And it's the knowledge. There's knowledge exchange then, right? There's knowledge transfer where, okay, here you can be talking about mental health. You're using agricultural terminology. So then the knowledge exchange or the knowledge transfer actually occurs, and then it has relevance and meaning to the producer.
No, that's actually really good. When you're talking about, fatigue and sleep quality and quantity, I'm going to bring it back to that conversation. There's been some really amazing work done with Sleepless in Saskatchewan, Sleepless in Manitoba. We know as health and safety professionals that, sleep is not only a factor in increasing stress, but also a cause that leads to injuries and fatalities on the farm. So it's an interesting, I was really interested in the fact that both of you really talked very specifically about those two factors. Would you care to expand on that a little bit?
I'll just make a comment, just following up a little bit on Cynthia's last comment, which is when we talk about behavior change, we think about it, well, I think about it like a traffic light, that people can be green light, they're ready for change, yellow light, they're ambivalent about change, and red light, they're not ready for change. And we tend to assume everyone's green light. And so we offer them all these ways to start changing their behavior because they're green light. In fact, most people who are green light are already doing the things, and they, maybe need a bit of tweaking, but not really that much. The yellow light is where we have the most amount of potential, because there's pros and cons of changing your behavior. And what the research shows is that it's not that we get rid of the bad parts of the behavior, it's that you increase the good parts, like the value of it to you. And so people often think that like self-care, charging your battery is for themselves and it's something selfish that they're doing. It's not. It's in the service of your farm. It's in the service of your family. It's in the service of your, employees, your family members working on the farm. That's who you're doing it for, right? Not for yourself. And so attaching it to that value that's bigger and more important, because you're already doing all kinds of difficult things in the service of that, right? For a red light, leave it alone. Find something else that you're more green light about changing. There's, we bang our heads against the wall on red light behaviors, and it's actually harmful to try to change somebody who's not ready for change. And so, focus on the green light and the yellow light, and recognizing there's pros and cons of change, and helping link those to important values that then can become, the reason why you're doing it, as opposed to just, I should be healthy, I should engage in self-care.
That's a really good point.
And if I may add to that, kind of in addition to what Dayna was talking about, like when she was talking about the green light or the yellow light, when it comes to sleep or sleep deprivation, and I mean, we know that agriculture producers are experiencing sleep deprivation during extended periods of time, like high production seasons. Well, if you can, again, equate that sleep deprivation to what the costs are, right? So sleep deprivation, equates to lack of concentration, increased risk, less productivity. So really, if you can, it sounds like a stretch to correlate, sleep deprivation with a loss of dollars or a loss of income for your farm operation, or hindering or impairing the success of your farm operation. But that's almost a straight line. Like, it really is almost a straight line. You're sleepy, you're not thinking clearly, you're taking risks that you normally wouldn't take, you're not working to the best of your ability, you're putting other people at risk, your farm is not going to be as successful as it was. You're losing money.
So that's like almost an incentive, right? Like you did talk about incentivizing, behavior and facilitating that change. So, pulling that self-care, getting enough sleep, the rest, that really is a part of influencing or facilitating, I should say, behavior change.
Yeah, and that's, it's basically
language.
Right, linking that to something that is important to them, which is the success of their farm and the productivity of their farm. That sleep isn't about being rested, it's about being more productive on your farm. We know that sleep has a huge impact on basically recharging your frontal lobe, right? So you're not going to be functioning at your best to do what? To do the important farm things you want to do, not just to be healthy. This is so you can be productive and you can, be successful at your farm. That's what it's, again, not in the service of you. It's in the service of your family that you're supporting. It's in the service of the people you work for or work with, the people you serve. That's who you're doing this for. It's not about you.
Right. No, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So in terms of, you talked about personal factors, Cynthia, in your presentation. And I was really struck by the age and gender, that those can have impacts on behavior and change. So in your opinion, who do you think the influencers are on the farm? Is it young folks? Is it moms? Who is it on the farms that would be maybe most willing to engage in behavior change and maybe take that in? Like, is it children? Who, like, what do you think? Who do we, honestly, who do I put my messaging towards? Help me out.
Well, you know, that's a really interesting question, Robin, and culture plays a really big role. So in some cultures where there are collectivistic cultures like China, Mexico, where the larger community has a lot of meaning to the individual, and it's part of their value system, it's part of their belief system. For collectivistic cultures, it's been identified that the patriarch is usually I'll call them the influencer, but they really are the facilitator of behavior change. So if you can communicate and get through to the patriarch of the family in collectivistic cultures, you will see adoption of different practices kind of going forward, especially with environmental or herd health management, that type of thing. In individualistic cultures, like what we predominantly experience here in Canada, man, I don't know what to tell you. It's a very interesting dynamics, especially when you take into account the number of intergenerational farms that we have here in Canada and in the US, right? I mean, most farms in Canada are family farms. So meaning someone took over from someone else. And a lot of farms are intergenerational where there's more than one generation actively working on the farm. So personally speaking, on my multi-generational farm, I'm seeing the most behavior change influence coming from probably my generation and the younger generation. So the younger generation, it's so interesting hearing like my son and my nephew talk, or my daughter and my, son and nephew talk, because they have different approaches to things. Although, are they always safety minded? No, that would be my role. So I don't know. I think it depends what you're aiming for and who your target audience is, again, which I realize that's a really long story, but I don't think that there is kind of a simple answer. Dayna, what do you think about that?
Yeah, so I'd agree that you're going to have red light, yellow light, and green light. You can think about, what are, because again, a lot of safety messaging is about safety should be a value. You should want to be safe. Don't you want to be safe? Don't you not want to have an injury? For people who have that as, a motivator, they already believe it. They're already doing it. They're already, for the most part, doing, those safety behaviors. For people who that isn't motivating for, you need to switch the value. You need to focus on some other value besides safety. So we have the most amount of sway in the yellow light group because there are pros and cons of change, and helping them see those pros and cons of change, helping them link them to values that are important to them. Right. So again, my guess is that there's a lot of, productivity on the farm is a really big deal. And, your yield and these kinds of things. I have relatives who live in Winnipeg on a farm as well. Right. So, right. So recognizing that what does matter to them, and how do you link safety to those things that already matter to them, instead of trying to make safety a more important value.
That's an interesting point. So I'm going to tie it back to Andrea's presentation this morning and the FCC attitudinal survey, the vision panel. And, producers indicate that safety is very important to them. It's a very high, it's really important, but so many don't act upon it. There's just a disconnect. So do you think they truly do believe that safety is important? Like, and they're just or are they just saying that it's important? Like, or are there other barriers there that I'm not thinking about?
To me, this is a bit about, like, you know, when we have conversations with people about chronic disease, and it's like there's a very clear parallel here, right, about doing things to improve your health, doing things that are safer to keep you healthier, basically, right? Nobody says health isn't important to them, because it's kind of a weird thing to say. No one's going to say, I don't care about safety. But to some extent, health is not a value. It's what does the health allow you to do, right? And so when you ask about safety at a broad level, people are totally green light about it. Once you get to like the actual behaviors you have to do to be safe, now there's a cost attached to it, right? It's probably going to take you longer to do it. It's probably going to be more difficult. There's something about the safer version that actually uses up more frontal lobe and probably takes more time. And if you already don't have time, how are you going to dedicate time to the safety version when you can get it done in the unsafe version? And so it's a different calculation in the moment compared to the broad, we talk about that general readiness versus specific readiness. When you get down to the actual behaviors, there's a different level of readiness, because now you're actually faced with the cost of it, which is it's going to take me longer, for example, to do the safe version of this behavior.
So maybe we're thinking about safety in a too broad of a perspective, and instead we need to narrow it down to
You
those
actually-
individual behaviors.
Right. You don't get behavior change until you're talking about a behavior, right? You have to be specific about a behavior before you can see behavior change. And behavior is something that someone else can see you do, right? So you don't have to enjoy it. You don't have to want to do it. Those are all things coming from your survival brain. Focus on the part you have control over, which is behavior, because it's coming from literally a different part of your brain, your frontal lobe, which has more control over your behavior, right? But you don't get real behavior change until you've gotten down to a specific behavior that they're working on.
And I think for a lot of people, if you were to ask that broad question about farm safety, do you believe in farm safety? Most people don't bring that down to this is a behavior, right? Well, it's just a thing. Like, it's just this thing, right? Nobody, well, I don't know, possibly they do, but I don't know how many people break it down into this is personally about me and my actions.
Right.
So
that cognitive dissonance thing as well, right?
Absolutely. Well, and also in direct messaging. So once again, we're going from that, the place of assumption and going, okay, everybody knows what farm safety is. Well, okay, is it, you know, making sure we don't have a child standing in front of the tractor tire? Or like, is it something more specific than that? Or more general than that, right? I think that when we're talking about farm safety and we're wanting people to invest in that and adopt farm safe practices, we need to be really specific as to here's what these farm safe practices are, and here's how we can facilitate these practices, or they're really easy and they actually fall into your value system.
Yeah, that's really thoughtful. You know, it's an interesting concept, because, you know, safety is a concept, whereas behaviors are very specific, individual based things that cost people something, that influence them. That makes a lot of sense.
So it's like when we ask people, do you want to be healthy? They're like, yes. When you're like, do you want to wake up at 5 a.m. to go for a run? Well, no, I don't know about that, right?
Well, and what is healthy, right? So my healthy might be, you know what, I drank a cup of coffee and I ate some toast while I drove my hour to my job. But for other people, that healthy might be, okay, I ate this like protein shake, ooh la la, and I did an hour run in the morning, right? So everyone has their own definitions. So whether it's healthy or farm safety, right?
And sometimes it's actually about helping people understand what behaviors are actually contributing to like farm safety, right? So what behaviors do you do that actually is an example of you, you know, demonstrating or expressing this value about farm safety, right? And again, what's the farm safety going to get you? Like, why should you care about farm safety? Just because you care about farm safety is never going to be motivating enough in the moment, right? So this is about coming home to your family, or this is about being more productive, or this is about, right? You need to find some other reason that the safety, what does the safety get you? Right. When we have conversations about this and behavior change, and people will be like, so I don't have an accident, so I can live longer. And we literally say, Why do you need to live longer? Why does it matter for you to be on this earth for more years of life? And often they'll say things like, so I can see my grandkids or be around for my kids. And then I'll say, well, what is the relationship that you have with your kids that's so important for you to be there? Meaning that you have some relationship with your family that nobody else can do. And so if you're not here on this planet, that's not going to happen. That's the reason why you might take more time to do whatever the safety behavior is, right? But just for the reason of safety is typically not motivating enough.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like, you know, some of the incentives we do talk about is the business case for safety. You know, we talk about, you know, a lot of farms cannot survive the death of the primary producer. That is usually is a death knell for the farm itself. It means, so we would talk about that a lot. But what I've read in cognitive dissonance, and I am not trained in psychology at all, so I could be completely wrong, so please correct me, is that people tend to overvalue what they do and what they have. And so does it make sense for safety organizations to continue to expound on the things you could lose? Or is it better to maybe switch that and talk about the things you can retain or gain?
So, you know, there's so I liken this to, you know, and I'm actually born and raised in Calgary, so I'm actually, you know, all over this prairie life. And I remember, you know, seeing Clydesdale horses at the Stampede, and they're such beautiful horses, and I love watching them. You can motivate that horse to move with a stick or a carrot, right? And you can get the horse to move. If you beat it with a stick, it will move. But over time, what happens to the horse? And over time, how does the horse feel about the owner? Or you can motivate them with a carrot. And that's the difference between, here's a really bad thing that'll happen to you if you don't do this, that's the stick, versus, you know, I'm going to be around for my grandkids. I'm going to be a more productive farm. I'm going to be a leader in my community. That's the carrot. And so making it value driven becomes the carrot that makes it, which is, again, that's when we know people tip in that like pros and cons of change, is that the pros start to outweigh the cons. The cons never go away. It's always going to take longer to do the safety version. There's nothing we can do to make it take less time, right? And so that cost will always be associated with that behavior, but the pros can start to outweigh it, meaning that that's so important to me to be a leader in my community or be a productive farmer, right? That then becomes worth it to pay the cost.
Do you have anything to add to that, Cynthia?
No, that was awesome.
It was great. And, you know, just to point out, CASA does have a Better Carrots group, you know, talking about incentivizing, you know, safer behavior. So that just is really interesting to hear you say that, the carrot and the stick thing. And something that, you know, is a bit of the philosophy of CASA is that we try to, you know, really focus on the positive, you know, the positive influencers, the folks that are doing things out there, the farmers that are really successful and doing really great work. And we try to talk about that and use that messaging. The thing is that we're finding, and from a communications perspective, it's just not that sexy. And we don't get as many hits on the media or as much as uptake as when we do a story where there has been a fatality or an injury. Can you speak to that at all? Or are we doing the right thing, going that positive route? Or what do you think, in your opinions? What do you think about that?
Well, so I have a question for you.
Okay.
And I find this is coming from my media background, but also kind of the research background as well. So do the number of hits equate to behavior change and safety?
That's a great question. And that is something I cannot answer.
Right. So, I mean, right now in the world that we're living in, especially during pandemic, and I don't know if this is something that you have seen changing, Robin, in the number of hits that you guys have had on when you share about kind of the tragedy or the realities of farm safety behaviors on the farm and when there is a tragedy. However, people are more prone to check out things with shock value, right? We are by nature, we're kind of a dramatic bunch, and we kind of we lean towards that type of information reception, right? Like that's the information that we go to. And in the farming community, we're a really close, tight-knit group. Chances are we know the person who was in the accident. So it's for personal relevance that we're looking into that. Or we know someone who knew them, right? So there's kind of a relationship there just because they're farmers in Canada. However, just because there's more clicks, if we're kind of thinking of it to kind of sound crass as clickbait, right? Because the dramatic, that flair for the dramatic gets clickbait. I don't know if that equates to behavior change and farm safety behavior. I don't know that.
Is it valuable? Is it valuable to have eyes on that sort of thing? Or is it more valuable to do the positive, to do the, you know, that switch, you know, that tonal switch?
I think that you need a balance of both, right? Because I'm even thinking back, okay, when I was a kid, I remember watching a commercial of a little girl who got her hand caught in an auger. Okay, so I don't know what safety association did that, because that was like probably 40 some years ago, right? And I remember that to this day. I remember the images from that commercial. I remember thinking to myself, I am never going near that thing, like the hopper at the bottom or the auger. I learned in that moment from reality, right? So I think that we need the positives, but I also think that we need, and I'm not going to call them the negatives, I'm going to call them the realities of farming, right? And I think that we need that reality presented to us sometimes just to even remind us about that. I don't know, Dayna, is there anything you can add to that? Like,
yeah, and I would say that, you know, this is slightly off topic, now I'll get back, which is that you always want to have a to-do goal or a do instead goal rather than a don't do goal. So the reason Cynthia was safe because of seeing that image was because she could avoid that thing. If you can't avoid it, then you may not benefit from the shock of it, right? Because if you have to still work on it, that, you know, again, you can actually increase that fight, flight, or freeze system to such an extent that you actually are immobilized and not able to activate your frontal lobe to make the most safe behavior, right? So what's the do instead goal? Is always more important than a don't do goal. And this is because of, it's called the white bears effect, but I like calling it the pink elephant effect. That if you try to not think about pink elephants, you'll suddenly start thinking about pink elephants, or you'll have to work really hard to not think about pink elephants. And chances are you were not thinking about pink elephants until I told you not to, right? And now you're thinking about pink elephants. That's what happens when we set don't do goals, is we create pink elephants. You're now thinking about the thing I shouldn't do. Don't put my hand in there. Don't put my hand in there. And now that's what you're thinking about. Like when you're driving, focus on the space you want to go to, not the obstacle you're trying to avoid. And so the do instead goal tells people what I should focus on. Put my hand there instead of here, or put my glove on before I do that, right? That tells them what they should be focused on, which is better for behavior change. The other part too, I mean, is that I think as an organization, you can think about your values, right? Who are you trying to be as an organization? Different things are going to work at different times. And so the workability of those posts, there's probably an advantage to being noticed, right? Oh, what's CASA, right? That's a different thing than influencing behavior change, but they might both move you towards your values of increased safety on the farm.
Very interesting. Thank you so much. Dayna, something that was interesting that I picked up that struck me as well was the social safety system. It was an interesting concept for, you know, those of us working in safety and health. So, you know, in regards to leadership, most of our organizations are working to lead and promote farm health and safety. You know, we do pride ourselves, our organizations across Canada, they are the leaders and they do work at an organizational level. So what approaches can we do at that high level to influence farm health and safety? I know you were talking about it, you know, as individual leadership, but what could we do as like an organizational leadership? And I think you kind of touched that on with talking about values just now.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think as an organization, you know, it's helpful to think about who you're trying to be as an organization. And again, you know, you can be the one that's showing all the tragedies, but then what people think of when they think of you is now a tragedy, right? They think of, which may not be the like organization you want to be, that you're attached with accidents versus attached with safety, right? And they're not the same thing, right? So again, it's the pink elephant versus the do instead goal. So, you know, I think that you can think about it in terms of that, you know, what is the message you want to put out in the world? I always think that these things, and I'm sure you're already doing it, is about co-creation, right? Which is you get the people who are most effective involved in the solution, because they're going to come up with better solutions and things that are much more likely, which, I mean, my guess is that your whole organization is built out of people who have lived experience, right, on farms, but you come up with better solutions that way and more realistic solutions. There is room for a harm reduction model, right, which is reducing harms rather than eliminating harms. That might be more realistic for people to achieve, to maintain, right? To choose the safety behavior, you're going to have to use a bit of frontal lobe, you know, for a long time. It's a myth that it takes 21 days to build a habit. It's actually more like 2 to 5 years to build a habit. You're going to need to dedicate some frontal lobe battery to that for a long time. And so what's in it for you? What's in it for the farmer to do it, right? If they don't have time to eat, why on earth would they pick a safety behavior that's going to take longer?
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Cynthia, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no, that's good. It's really, I'm really glad this is being recorded because I would like to take a lot of notes, I have to tell you. I just want to remind all our participants that you are welcome to ask questions and any follow-up questions you might have in the Q&A box below. So please don't let me, monopolize all of these great panelists with just my questions if you have anything you'd like asked. So I would like to kind of maybe move to a different topic, and that would be about talking about, you know, Cynthia, you talked about social media and peer and advisor networks and family impacting all of behavior changes, right? All these factors influence behavior. So do you think these factors all have equal influence? And I know you did talk a little bit about the patriarchal society, you know, within some cultural groups, but what do you think?
I think that social media is gaining traction. I really do, on having an influence on farm business practices. Social media is definitely gaining traction on impacting mental health of producers. So we're really seeing an increase in agriculture producers having difficulties with anxiety and depression. And there's other factors going on for them, but it's directly related to the misinformation or the lack of information that they're reading about Canadian agriculture on social media, television advertisements, Facebook, you know, any of those ones. So I think that right now it's kind of it's a toss-up. Social media has really facilitated or become a platform for agriculture producers to kind of reach out for support, say, hey, is anybody else going through this? So I think that social media has done some really wonderful things in, you know, kind of decreasing the stigma related to mental health, which I think would also decrease the stigma related to safety behaviors or behavior change of some other kind. So I think that social media is becoming a major factor for, I want to say, maybe my generation of farmers and the generations after me. I don't see that influence, the social media influence so far, on the generations kind of older than I am. So I think that social media plays a major role, especially when it comes down to impacting our dollars, right? So personally speaking, I had people reaching out to me saying, well, you guys, you use antibiotics on your cattle and I'm not buying beef from you anymore, blah, blah, blah. And I just said to them, so do you want us to practice animal cruelty? And it just was that question. It was that simple. And the person went, well, what do you mean? I said, well, I don't know, if my child was sick, I would get them any medicine I could to help them be healthy. And our cattle are basically our kids, right? So in one sense or another. So if I'm going to be caring for my animals, I do want to make sure they have the antibiotics and the vaccines that they need to be healthy. So it's kind of like this, social media goes in both directions for having an influence. It can be a really beneficial influence, and it can be a not so beneficial influence. I do think family members, though, play a major role in influencing people. So if you have siblings who are farming together and you have two different business management styles, and there's some strife or difficulty there, the power dynamics within that family does have an impact on the other individual's behavior. And that's kind of seen throughout the research when it comes to family relationships, family dynamics, poor family communication, and then psychiatric outcomes based on that, like more increased rates of anxiety, depression, distress.
Dayna, do you have anything to add to that?
Just a minor point, which is that I once heard somebody talk about, like, how do you deal with misinformation on, social media? Is that you flood it with accurate information so that it outweighs that the random hits. You're more likely to get, accurate information than misinformation. So I think people do have a role, in sharing accurate information, and can play a role in adding to that as the bulk of what people encounter.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, like you did talk here, Cynthia, and in a presentation about public trust, and that whole, right to farm concept. Now, I know that public trust issue is definitely, on that animal welfare, animal rights kind of side of things. However, we have been seeing a little bit of a switch in tone when it comes to farm injuries and deaths related to agricultural activities. And I'm thinking specifically about comments on news stories published online. Now, do you think that this pressure, this public trust pressure, is going to influence behavior change in some way, shape, or fashion? Or is it going to lead to more of a doubling down? Don't tell me how to farm, how to live my life, how to be safe on my farm. Do you see that being an impacting behavior change in farm safety?
I don't see it actually influencing people's behavior change for farm safety. I do think that, like, once again, when I talked about the credibility of the source, right? So if there are urban individuals who have no idea what the lived experience is of the farm, or government agencies, policy, whomever, if it's coming through the social media platform in like a lack of public trust, or of course, I've actually seen comments where someone, an agriculture producer, suicided, and there was comments made of, well, I would too if I was killing animals and killing the earth and killing the environment. Well, I think really that just makes the rest of us as agriculture producers stand up and go, whoa. It kind of roots us more firmly in our belief system and in what we're doing. So I don't actually see it. I don't see it facilitating behavior change for safety kind of in a positive way. I don't see it that way. If anything, people may just go, I'm digging my heels in. But I could be wrong. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that safety continues, right?
And we know that, like, when people experience like guilt or shame, they're much less likely to change, right? So basically self-criticism, those emotions come out of our survival brain. And if you fuel all of that, then it's like having a survival brain that's on fire, and part of your frontal lobe battery is going to have to deal with this, caveman brain that's on fire. And so there's even less frontal lobe available to, make the harder, safer choice. And so that's, we know that shame and blame and guilt don't result in, again, it's a stick. You can sometimes get people to start, but you'll never get people to continue. You'll never get them to maintain that behavior change with, that kind of because there's not enough frontal lobe for that.
Mm-hmm. No,
and they're also not doing it for themselves. Like when Dayna talked about the stick or the carrot, well, if they're changing behavior because of the stick, right, they're not doing that for themselves. So there is no way that that change can have any longevity to it, right?
And what we know is that when there's punishment, when people use punishment to change behavior, the behavior will continue as long as the punishment is around to mark the behavior. But when you use like reinforcement, positive or negative reinforcement to change behavior, then the behavior will persist even after the reinforcers are not present anymore.
Really interesting. So actually, we do have a question in the chat. I just wanted to really dive down on that public trust bit. So I wasn't ignoring it. I'm so sorry, but I will bring it up now. So we have, discussed that, producers as a concept totally support safety. They're like, yes, we're all in. And we did talk about this a little bit in terms of like drilling down to specific behaviors. Do you have any really concrete recommendations that we as safety professionals and safety organizations can do to motivate producers in the development of a documented safety programs? There are, of course, we know there are, there's a level of due diligence required on farms and safety compliance with a lot of legislative requirements. So, what can we do to get those producers that are yellow lighted, get them there? What are really some specific concrete actions we can take?
Well, if I can jump in here, one thing that I really enjoy doing research-wise is patient-oriented research. And it's not about the patient, it's about the individual. So it's the individual with the lived experience providing their knowledge to share with other people. So I think that in response to Rob's question, absolutely, I think producers do genuinely care about working safely, right? I think that's just part of who we are and wanting to do a great job and having pride in ourselves and in our work. And so for recommendations to motivate other people to develop a documented safety program, I think asking the people who are doing it, asking producers, what are your farm safety behaviors? That could encourage more farmers. Even if you make a blanket statement or a blanket question, throw it out there on the internet. When you ask a question, you automatically elicit a response of going, oh, hey, like what do we do? So then when people can start providing that feedback, it's sort of in relation to that cognitive dissonance. Well, if I'm talking about what I'm doing about farm safety behaviors, I'm going to go along and do those farm safety behaviors even more, right? So you're kind of highlighting or relighting their investment in practicing those farm safety behaviors.
No, that's a good point.
I'll just add that, again, apologies if I made it sound like people don't care about safety, just that it's often not motivating in the long run. I myself, like health myself, is not a motivator for, I have to link it to other things, which is if I was working individually with somebody, again, I would want to know what your why is. Like, what's your why is basically, a value-driven question about, I don't know, you tell me what's important about having safety documents. Why does it matter to have them? If they can't come up with any single reason to have safety documents, then they're red light and they're probably not going to make a safety document, and you should move on to somebody else or move on to a different topic that they are green light about. In the moment, that's about you tell me why this matters to do it. And you then can discuss, are there barriers? Are there ways that we can make this easier for you? If you had templates, or if you had, if you had other documents that you could read off of, or would that decrease the barriers attached to it, right? But again, it might be a very relevant reason to do it is that I don't want to lose my farm. I don't want to, pay the fines, or I don't, which is like, okay, well, that's a good reason to do it, right? But that's kind of, I always want to know that question when I'm working with somebody, and we have that conversation every single session is, why are we doing this? Remind you about what really matters here. And often we need to keep those values present and obvious, because we will forget them. It is entirely a frontal lobe thing.
Yeah. So, when you talk about that red light, is that what you would call pre-contemplative? Is that those folks that are just not there, or and do they have to get there on their own, or is there anything that we can do? Is there anything we could do to get them to the yellow light?
So typically there's not a lot that we can do to change somebody if they're red light, and actually trying to change someone who's red light can make them more entrenched, right? As Cynthia just described, it can actually make them more entrenched in their position because they have to spend so much time defending their position that they make up more and more arguments as to why they should be doing what they're doing. So actually leaving it alone and not trying to change it when they're red light is actually your best bet. People are not, you'll be a different level of readiness on different behaviors. So you might be green light about this behavior with the tractor, but you might be green light about that thing with the combine, right? You can be different levels of readiness. Typically what shifts people out of red light is some life event happens, right? In the healthcare world, my uncle got diagnosed with cancer and now I'm ready to quit smoking, right? It's typically something major that happens in their life that switches them into changing, and some people never get out of red light, and that's okay too, right? There's nothing wrong with red light, but people are not red light, behaviors are red light. So often you can find a green light behavior or a yellow light behavior that they are more willing to work on, right? And often the best question is, what do you think is the best thing you should be working on? Or what are you most worried about in terms of safety? Because they're going to bring up something that's on their mind. They're going to bring up a problem that they need solving, in which case then we can help them solve that problem. So it might not have been the safety behavior we were thinking about, but might absolutely contribute to safety overall.
That's a really interesting point. So listening more than talking might be a good approach in some ways. Yeah, that's really fascinating, actually.
I think, sorry if I can interject.
No, go ahead, please.
More kind of to what Dayna was saying about red light and it being to specific behaviors. There's also time in an agriculture producer's year when they will naturally be more red light or more yellow light or more green light. So if you went to someone during calving season and said, hey, I need you to start doing this, they don't have the capacity to do that, right? It doesn't matter how green light they are about the behavior. They're exhausted and stressed and stretched, and they have no capacity to do that. There's no more room upstairs and their tank is empty. So that light system is also kind of fluctuates with the time of year or productivity season.
Yeah. And we know that readiness actually is a state, like it changes. And that's, it's built on that same Klataske model you mentioned about like pre-contemplative, contemplative. And the reason I didn't say anything is because I can never remember all the stages, whereas I absolutely can remember green light, yellow light, red light, right? And it conveys the more realistic way it shows up is that you can be red light and then suddenly you switch to green light and then you can go to yellow light because now it's calving season, and then you go to green light and then you go back to yellow light. Like it changes for lots of reasons, for many reasons we can't predict, right? And so you actually just want to be checking in on readiness on a regular basis to catch them kind of when they might be more green light or yellow light. And that's, the Klataske model kind of conveys like it's this linear process and everyone just works their way through it. It's like, no, some people stay red light about certain behaviors forever, and that's okay, right? Focus on the low hanging fruit. That's the green light or yellow light behaviors. I like red light, green light. I can remember those pretty easily. Yeah. Exactly. And it's a totally easy way to talk about it. If I was talking to a farmer about safety behavior, I would also use that same language. It'd be like, okay, red light about that one. Let's not talk about that anymore. Is there one you would like to work on that maybe my organization can help you with, right? What's the biggest problem you have right now related to safety or related, to your work life? And they're going to bring up a green light thing. They're going to bring up something that's distressing them, that's bothering them, that they want help with, or right. That you might be able to help them with.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting. So I'm going to bring it back to the brain thing, because I really enjoyed when you talked, Dayna, about our survival brains are on fire. I was like, I relate to that very much. I was like, yes. And so when we were talking about that, I started thinking about how tough this last growing season has been for a lot of farmers across the country. Really dry in the prairies, really wet out east. You know, it was a really, really challenging year for a lot of producers. Just the yields were down, things were tough, right? Selling off cattle, lack of feed, all that stuff. So I was thinking about, not only do farmers have to deal with pandemic and that brain on fire, but also this really tough growing season. So is it to the point where they're just always on fire? Like, is it just always on fire, or do they hit a certain level where it's just capped out and everything's burned and they're done? And I know that kind of relates to resiliency and things like that. So, I'd like to hear more about that.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, I would describe all humans basically as burned out by the pandemic because, again, it's just been going on for so long. In farming, there are a lot of uncontrollable stressors, the weather being, the growing season being the biggest one that you can't control the weather, and you can do certain things depending on what the weather, like how the forecast looks and what the prediction is, but you don't have control over the weather, and that is super stressful to have an uncontrollable stressor, right? It actually just means that you need to charge your frontal lobe a lot more because it's really draining. Like, basically that experience is really draining because you're faced with an uncontrollable stressor that no matter what you do, you can't fix, you can't make go away, right? It's a new thing every single season, every single year. And so, I asked a colleague once, I'm like, what happens after burnout? Like, what's a state after burnout? And she said, disintegration. And I was like, yes, right. So can you get to a point like, yes, that's basically when people talk about having a mental breakdown, right? Or that they're just kind of losing it because nothing's kind of holding together anymore. And that does happen sometimes when we exceed. The other thing I think is really important is to, it takes a village to be well, which clearly farming can be a very isolating experience, but also you can benefit from small towns, which absolutely produce like great social support, right? That's like the advantage of a small town. We can also build a village ourselves so that we're not the only one kind of trying to solve the problems or trying to figure everything out, making use of other expertise, making use of other resources so that it's not all on your shoulders, right? And taking advantage of knowledge that other people have. And so asking for and accepting help can be a real difficult thing for people to do. We often in our culture kind of say that that's the best version of a human, is someone who solves it themselves, right? But really, there's lots of people like psychopaths who like don't care what other people think and don't ask for help or accept help, which isn't to say anyone's a psychopath. I'm just saying it's not necessarily the best version of a human. We actually know from research the best version of a human is someone who is embedded in, a social safety system that has that village of support. That's the best version of a human. And so making use of your village so that it's not all on your shoulders.
Mm-hmm. Do you have anything to add to that, Cynthia?
I'll just quickly say that when you ask about, are people permanently on fire right now this year with everything that's going on, I think that there's things like called state or trait characteristics for people's personalities. And some people naturally are more on fire than others, right? So, and a lot of times we call that resiliency. And I've heard that people are getting tired of that word, and they're getting tired of being resilient, really, with everything going on. So I think that it depends on the person's personality characteristics. It depends on their coping mechanisms. It depends on their farm management or strategic plan, and the kind of support community that's around them that really makes the difference as to whether they're permanently on fire or kind of flare up, go down, flare up, go down.
Yep. I mean, social connection is a major source of recharge, right? And that the antidote to burnout isn't rest, it's reigniting a sense of meaning and purpose. It's reconnecting with what really matters to you and trying to live your life more consistent with that. That's what actually gets people out of burnout. Now, clearly, sometimes there's actual physical rest that, you know, if you're going on 20 hours, then you need some actual rest. But in the broader scheme, you know, it's actually about reconnecting with what really matters to you and moving in that direction.
Yeah, that's great. So we're just at the 5-minute mark. So, you know, I would like to invite either of you to, you know, any last words and advice for all of us. We wanted to thank you both, you know, for being here and for giving us this incredible insight. I'm going to plug both of your websites, if that's okay, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, onlinetherapyuser.ca, that's Cynthia's website, and you can go on there and check out all those great courses and information. I've got it up here. I'm going to be sending the well-being course for agriculture producers to all my Saskatchewan family and friends. And then, yeah, it's awesome. I'm pretty excited by it. And of course, Dr. Dayna Lee-Baggley, you can find her at drleebaggley.com and check out her information and resources. So I'll open the floor back to both of you for any final thoughts or advice.
Thank you for having me. I think it's amazing when agricultural industry partners play a really active role in trying to help agriculture producers. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, that it was really lovely to be here and to see all the great work that you guys are doing.
Great. Well, thank you so very much. And, you know, I know none of us would be here, you know, but we all, because of our love for agriculture, farmers, farm families, farming communities, and farm workers across this country. So this has really been invaluable. And thank you so very much for your time and efforts today. We very much appreciate it. And I think I'm going to turn it over to Dan.
That's right on. Great. Thanks, Robin, for steering that conversation. I mean, there was a heck of a lot of information in there, and a lot of great analogies, I think, that we can all lean on as part of moving forward with our own you know, passions in the agricultural safety world and trying to move the ruler along. And the biggest one that I triggered on was the red light, green light mentality. And we used to play a game called red light, green light, and running across the gymnasium floor towards the finish line as somebody called red light, green light. And, you know, we can akin that to where we're at in the industry and trying to move that down the path of success. And we're getting there, and we're seeing different progressions in different areas, but we just need to keep moving at it and keep working at it. So great conversations, and appreciate everybody's time. And thank you to the speakers from today's sessions. A little bit about tomorrow. We have our session starting at 9:45 in the morning tomorrow, and we have some great presenters joining us tomorrow as well. We have Graham Knox with the BC Ministry of Ag talking about the rural emergency response programs at the farm gate. Nicole Segestro, sorry if I mispronounced that, Nicole Stars from Stars will be talking about a presentation when seconds matter, and again, talking about emergency response initiatives at the farm gate. Rob Gobet from CASA will be joining us and talking about the PEP program. In addition to TC Energy is going to have 3 speakers. Colleen Gertz, Adam Schnell, and Carly Jenkins are going to be joining us talking about the safety culture that TC Energy has, to give us a little bit of outside the box thinking and perceptions about what culture is about. And then Dr. William Pickett from Brock University will be joining us talking about injuries on Canadian farms. So a lot of great topics coming tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing everybody return tomorrow morning. And I want to thank everybody for joining us today. So with that, I think we'll close the session down and let everybody go. Thanks, everyone.